Good morning and welcome. This is our first meeting coming back after our summer break, restored and rested, refreshed. And I'll call to order this August 16th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Williams? Here. Supervisor Hart?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
And Chair Hartman?
Here. And I would just note that Supervisor Nelson is participating remotely because he's dropping his daughter off for her first year of college, a very important matter. So we're glad that he's here remotely. Let's see, the next item of business is the approval of our minutes from July 12th, 2022. May I have a motion? Oh, I forgot. I've come back so refreshed, I've forgotten the pledge. Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the first order of business, our minutes, July 12th, 2022. May I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And now we have our CEO's report. CEO Miyasato.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I have a quick announcement, and then we also have a presentation this morning under CEO's report. So for my quick announcement, as part of Child Support Awareness Month, the Department of Child Support Services is hosting the Santa Barbara County Family Resource Workshop on August 25th. This interactive virtual workshop is free to the public and will focus on family law issues. Together with Legal Aid, the Legal Resource Center, and the Family Law Facilitator, the workshop will provide an overview of agency services, a discussion of available resources, and a question and answer session to help participants better understand the legal process. For details about joining the virtual workshop, again, August 25th, please visit our website at www.countyofsb.org/166/child support services. So hope people can attend. For our, in addition, under our CEO's report, we have a presentation from the Central Coast Community Energy. As you know, we are a member of this organization, and Ashley Watkins, our division chief from CSD, will kick it off.
Good morning, Chair Hart, members of the board. As you know, Community Services Sustainability Division has played a key role in supporting your board's decision to bring community choice energy to our region, and our department coordinates closely with Central Coast Community Energy staff to make sure that we're taking advantage of all of the benefits associated with being a member. So I'm pleased to report that your board's decision to join Central Coast Community Energy is really paying dividends and helping meet the aggressive goals that your board set to reduce emissions 50% by 2030 and ultimately achieve carbon neutrality. I wanted to point out a few key achievements before turning the presentation over to Jenna Espinoza. She's the manager of customer accounts and services. So just a few stats from the recent operations boards meeting. In fiscal year 21-22, CCCE distributed over $300,000 through their Electrify Your Ride program to community members to help offset the costs associated with purchasing electric vehicles and installing EV charging stations and even buying electric bikes. I just got my $500 incentive for purchasing a rad bike, and a portion of those funds are for low-income residents. General Services has also been working closely with Central Coast Community Energy, and we will be receiving $90,000 to support the installation of 22 electric vehicle chargers at county sites, and also $150,000 incentives to purchase 30 EVs. They've also provided $150,000 in incentives to help local developers of affordable housing build all-electric homes in Santa Barbara County. And then finally, the Sustainability Division has received a $100,000 grant to support our Climate Resilient Santa Barbara County campaign, which is an education campaign to empower residents to take action on climate change. So overall, I would say a pretty good investment, and we're hoping to see even more returns over the years. And with that, I will turn it over to Jenna Espinoza.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. I will jump right in. Next slide, please. So by way of reminder and introduction for anyone who may be attending as a community member and new to hearing about Central Coast Community Energy, we are one of 23 community choice aggregators serving over 11 million customers in the state of California. In 2002, Assembly Bill 117 was passed, establishing communities purchasing power and their right to choose where their electricity comes from. So more than 200 cities and counties throughout California have chosen to participate in community choice aggregation. Nearly 50% of Californians at this time are served by community choice aggregators. We were formed to support local government's goals in meeting climate action initiatives, provide residents and businesses with more energy options, and ensure local transparency and accountability, and of course, drive economic development. The way that it works is we provide an opportunity for communities across the Central Coast to join together to purchase their electricity. We buy the electricity and then we partner with both Pacific Gas and Electric and Southern California Edison to deliver the energy over the existing transmission lines, the poles, wires, and the entire grid. And then those agencies do continue to provide meter reading and billing for customers. So the experience for customers is very seamless. We do a lot of work on the back end to collaborate and integrate with both of those investor-owned utilities. Next slide, please. We serve 33 city and county agencies across the Central Coast for over 400,000 customers. Geographically, we are the largest CCA in the state of California, and we represent a very diverse community. And I'm pleased to announce that a 34th community has elected to join our agency. The city of Atascadero voted unanimously to join our agency, and we look forward to their enrollment in January of 2024. Next slide, please. We are governed by two voting bodies, our policy and operation boards. These boards are made up of city managers, mayors, council members, and county executive officers. The county of Santa Barbara holds a permanent seat on our board, and then smaller communities, those that have less than 50,000 people or a population of less than 50,000, share a rotating seat with other regionally close, smaller communities. We are also supported by a community advisory council, which is a grassroots volunteer position that helps us to stay connected with people who represent a variety of different industries across our service area. Next slide, please. So as an agency, we started service to our customers in 2018, and we have gone through very rapid growth and we have accomplished a lot. So we do offer two service offerings. We bring all of our customers in at our default offering called 3C Choice, but we provide a choice to those customers who want 100% clean and renewable energy, so they can opt up to 3C Prime. Over the last year, our enrollment in 3C Prime has increased by 40%. And I'm pleased to share that that does more recently include some of our largest customers, and we do have some of our member agencies considering opting up to 100% wind and solar energy at this time. We've also over since January 2021 increased our enrollment by 25%, bringing us to that position of geographically the largest CCA in the state. And we have offices in Monterey and San Luis Obispo. Since 2018, we have provided over $50 million in customer savings. And we received an S&P A rating. This rating was just renewed a second time this summer. Next slide, please. Our primary mission is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as rapidly as possible. And the way that we are doing this is fast tracking our energy procurement to 100% clean and renewable by 2030, which is 15 years ahead of California's goal. We have a midway goal of 60% of our energy coming from renewable sources by 2025. The next slide will show you how we plan to do this. I'm ready for the next slide. Okay, so the graph on the left shows the status of our long-term contracts. So every time that we enter into a long-term power purchasing agreement, it is for the purposes of bringing a new source of clean and renewable energy on to the grid. So we only secure power purchase agreements with new projects. So the graph on the right shows that the 14 contracts that have been executed at this time, which are a variety of solar and storage programs, solar only, wind, geothermal, and battery storage. And this year we hit a major milestone. Our first power purchase agreement reached commercial operation in March of 2022, bringing 4% of our load online. So that's the Slate Solar and Storage Project in Kings County. It's a very large project. We entered into the purchasing agreement with a number of other agencies. This project will provide 67.5 megawatts of energy and 135 megawatt hours of storage on an annual basis. And this is a 17-year contract. So this is one way that we can provide stable rates for our customers is entering into these long-term purchasing agreements. And then July of this year, our second project was completed. This is for 2.5% of our load, and this is the Mountain View Wind Repowering Project, where wind turbines were replaced with more efficient, newer technology down in the Palm Springs area. So at this time, we're contracted for $1 billion in long-term solar plus storage contract and have joined with other CCAs to advance these types of RFPs. Next slide, please. One major accomplishment that we were able to bring to the table in 2022 is changing the way that we set our rates for our Pacific Gas and Electric shared customers. So this graph shows our history of setting rates over time. So you can see in the beginning, we started with providing customers a rebate of 3% and then 5%, and that was a rebate they were receiving at the end of the year. And then in 2020, we switched over to providing a discount on a monthly basis so that customers knew exactly what they were paying for their energy. And we continued that model of taking the IOU, the investor-owned utilities rates, and applying a discount all the way until March 1st of this year for our PG&E customers. And at that time, we launched our own rate setting process. It's called cost of service, where we analyze what is the true cost for us to serve these customers. And our goal in this is providing more stable rates. We are able to set our rates and change them less frequently, and gives the the board of Central Coast Community Energy more control over our rate setting instead of just taking a reactionary approach to the rates set by the investor-owned utility. For our Southern California Edison customers, they began service with us in over the course of the fall, October 2021 through January of 2022. And so they have been on an investor-owned utility minus 2% rate setting structure. And our board will be examining moving them over to cost of service at our annual meeting in September. That will be a discussion with the hope of being able to provide that service to our customers in SCE's service area starting in January this coming year. Next slide, please. A snapshot of your community. Your community is at 96.57% enrollment. As in all communities, the leading category is residential, but you do have nearly 6,000 commercial customers and over 1,700 agricultural customers. We have provided over $50,000 in Electrify Your Ride program funds to the community. And as Ashley shared, $150,000 for electric vehicles, in addition to $92,000 for electric vehicle chargers. Next slide, please. One of the great values and benefits of our agency and our hyper-local focus is that we reinvest a portion of our revenue into rebates, incentives, and grants to help all members of the community move to an all-electric future. So this fiscal year, we have dedicated 4% of our operating revenue, which is $14.1 million, into these rebates, incentives, and grant programs. Our most popular program is Electrify Your Ride, which I'll go into in more detail in the next slide. And then I'll just walk through a couple of these programs very quickly. This year, we fully subscribed the school bus electrification program at $1 million, fully subscribed the agriculture electrification program at $600,000. We launched a new residential program in just the last couple months called Electrify Your Home, which provides rebates for heat pump technology. This is up to $3,800 for water heaters, $3,500 for space conditioning, and up to $2,000 for panel upgrades. And this year, we also launched our member agency services, which is allocating 2% of our revenue, which is $7 million this fiscal year, specifically to supporting our member agencies, which are the 33 cities and counties who form our JPA. And so this funding is for programs and also for technical support to help those agencies electrify. So through this is how through this program that we supported the county's fleet electrification. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview of our most popular program. We have allocated $2.8 million this fiscal year to help communities electrify their ride. So this includes incentives for electric vehicles, e-bikes, e-motorcycles. For income qualified customers, it can also include plug-in hybrid vehicles. And then of course, also the electric vehicle charger and any panel upgrades and electrical readiness that is required to support the chargers. Next slide, please. Also, since we last presented to you, we launched a vendor registry where we're encouraging all local businesses to register with our registry so that they can be aware of any outcoming RFPs or RFQs. This can be things as simple as marketing agencies or special event spaces. So we really are encouraging our local businesses to register for this so that we can work together and keep even more of our revenue in the community. So that concludes my update, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Espinoza, and also Ms. Watkins. I would note that this is part of the CEO's report, so this is not agendized. I think next update, we might like to have this agendized. So that means questions, but really no discussion, no action items. We could get this agendized in the future. I also wanted to mention, well, how exciting it is. Our goals were to save consumers money and to reinvest dividends in our community. And so it's really exciting to hear how that is happening. And CEO Miyasato serves on the managing group and Supervisor Das Williams on the policy group. And I know it's a lot of time and energy, but well worth it. And so Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. It's been an honor to serve, and I have gotten very involved. I'm now the vice chair and serve on 3 committees. The risk committee, which makes the recommendations of what purchases to make, both renewable and non-renewables, and the executive board, as well as the policy board, as you mentioned. So we've been giving presentations both out to the community and to our employees on these incentives, and one question came up is, okay, if we're towards the end of one cycle of Electrify Your Ride, should you still put in your application now, and will you be accepted either in this cycle or the next cycle? How does that work? That was the only question I wasn't able to answer last week.
Yeah, it's a really great question. So we are approaching the end of our fiscal year. It'll end September 30th. And it appears that one of the measures in that program will not continue into the fiscal year. And this is dependent upon final guidance from the board at our annual meeting in September. But we anticipate that the electric bikes will not roll into the next fiscal year. So if someone wants to receive a $500 rebate for an electric bike, or if they're income qualified, $1,000 for an electric bike, and an additional $100 for purchasing from a local bike shop, then they would need to buy that bike by September 30th and submit their application before October 15th. Any other measures like an electric vehicle, electric motorcycle, charger, those types of things, the customer should not experience any disruptions in the program as we move from one fiscal year to the next.
That's great, because we're seeing a lot of interest. People are excited that we not only provide incentives for electric car purchasing, but the labor and parts for charging infrastructure, and you know, that there's even higher incentives if you're lower income. So lots of opportunities to own an electric car out there right now. Thanks so much.
Supervisor Hart.
You know, the benefits are so striking, and the case is so obvious for customers to do. I'm struck by the 4.4% of people who aren't making this choice. And is there any outreach effort that's being done to communicate with those folks about what they're missing out on?
We have been talking about doing a concerted effort. I think that those customers fall into a couple different categories. Some customers wanted to take the wait and see approach. So I think they would be very interested in hearing all of our accomplishments and seeing some numbers at this time, now that we've been able to establish a track record in the community. And then there is also some concern that CARE and FARA customers have, those customers who are on reduced payment programs, that they don't always realize that they'll continue in that program and that they don't need to submit any additional documentation or paperwork. And so I think that that's an area that would be really beneficial also for us to reach out and let them know that whether they're a customer of ours or the investor-owned utilities, their participation in that program is not affected.
Well, thank you. I think it's a great idea to communicate with those folks, because you're right. I could see where somebody might be cautious initially, but the case is so obvious now that if they hear that, I think they might change their mind.
And Supervisor Nelson, just checking in because I can't otherwise see. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask?
No, thank you.
All right. And we do have one member of the public who would like to speak on this item. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, that is correct. We have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara for Ethan Shankman. Ethan?
Madam Chair and County Board of Supervisors, this particular issue with the utilities is extremely disconcerting, especially with the increase of rates since the mudslides that have been reported in the press as to what impact and liability that has been distributed among the public. I have a quote here from Ayn Rand. The hardest thing to explain is this glaringly evident, which everyone has decided not to see, Ayn Rand. The Social Security Act says, the right of any person to any future payment under this title shall not be transferable or assignable at law or in equity, and none of the monies paid or payable or rights existing under this title shall be subject to execution, levy, attachment, garnishment, or other legal process, or to the operations of any bankruptcy or insolvency law. No other provision of law enacted before, on, or after the date of the enactment of the section may be construed to limit, supersede, or otherwise modify the provisions of this section except to the extent that it does so by express reference to this section. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit withholding taxes from any benefit under this title if such withholding is done pursuant to the request made accordance with the Section 3402 of the United Internal Revenue Code of 1986 by the person entitled to such benefit or such person's benefit representative payee. The Office of U.S. Inspector General list of waivers, exemptions, and exclusions where specific cities, counties, state DMVs, and other government agencies and utility companies are not otherwise listed. This can be found at https://oig.hhs.gov/exclusions/waivers.asp. So these utilities is currently collecting from the handicapped and the disabled, the convalescent and the infirm, the elderly, people who are otherwise to be exempt from these excessive fees or competitive pricing that doesn't apply to the rest of the populace. I think that I've said everything I need to.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, thank you.
And that concludes public comment on the CEO's report.
And so, Madam Clerk, announcements for today's meeting.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, August 12th, amending the agenda to add administrative agenda item number 45. Administrative item number 45 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office and the Probation Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a Fourth Amendment to the agreement with the California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, WellPath, for the provision of medical and mental health care services. This addendum was posted online and has been made available to the board and the public. Additionally, I have a brief announcement on administrative item number 20. Administrative item number 20 is from the Human Resources Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a performance-based salary adjustment for the county executive officer. Prior to the board acting on this item, in accordance with Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato's salary information shall be summarized verbally. County Human Resources recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve a performance-based annual salary increase of 2.5%, effective August 22nd, 2022, start of pay period 19-2020-2022, based on the CEO's performance in the past year. By adopting this recommendation, the Board of Supervisors approves an annual salary increase of approximately $324,847. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board hearing room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk of the board will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. So with that, we'll turn to our administrative agenda. I have the public having pulled items 7 and 22 through 26. Do any board members have any items? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, we did have an additional poll from the public on A35.
Thank you. And would you read A7 into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution for the designation of Dignity Health, DBA, Marion Regional Medical Center Crisis Stabilization Unit, CSU, as Latterman Petrus Short, LPS 5150 facility and First Amendment to Agreement BC 21-084 for fiscal years 2021 through 2024. And we have one request from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom for Lynn Gibbs.
Ms. Gibbs?
Lynn?
Good morning, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. NAMI Santa Barbara County has been pleased to follow the development of the Dignity Health Crisis Stabilization Unit as an LPS facility and an important piece of the continuum of mental health. Crisis stabilization units are points of triage. A significant percentage of those served can avoid inpatient hospitalization. Not only is stabilization provided, but psychiatric assessment, referrals to community-based care, and linkages with families. For those who do need inpatient placement, they can get started on effective medication right away before they transfer to a hospital bed. We feel this project represents just one element of an enhanced partnership between behavioral wellness, Marion, and Cottage hospitals regarding crisis care and mental health, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. And turning to A22 through 26, I understand that Dr. Heller wants to comment, but we can read all of them into the record at once.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, that is correct. I will now go ahead and read administrative item number 22. It's from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a City of Buellton Animal Services Revenue Agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2027. Administrative item number 23 is from the Public Health Department to consider recommendations regarding the City of Goleta Animal Services Revenue Agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2027. Additionally, administrative item number 24 is from the Public Health Department to consider recommendations regarding a City of Lompoc Animal Services Revenue Agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2027. Administrative item number 25 is from the Public Health Department to consider recommendations regarding the City of Santa Maria Animal Services Revenue Agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2027. And lastly, administrative item number 26 is from the Public Health Department to consider recommendations regarding a City of Solvang Animal Services Revenue Agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2027. And we do have one request to speak on those items, and that is Dr. Lee Heller, who is here in Santa Barbara.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. It's been a while since I've been here in person. I was actually coming this morning for the resolution honoring Owen Bailey, who was a very dear friend of mine, and I won't speak during that item. But I also wanted to speak to these contracts. So as you might remember, several of us were here remotely in April during budget workshops to express concern about the cost increases to the contract cities for animal services. I have spent the last 2 months listening and talking to some of these city councils and their staff, and they are pretty unhappy. Costs are rising while services have gone down, and they are looking pretty seriously at alternatives, which could have significant consequences for us trying to provide services to ourselves, because if we lose these contract partners, we lose the revenue that makes it possible for animal services to serve the unincorporated areas. It's hardly surprising that they are so unhappy. One of the things I learned last week during the Guadalupe City Council meeting is that only 5 of the 9 animal control officer positions are currently filled. So that's close to a 40% vacancy rate, which is nearly twice what the county is facing in other departments. So you can imagine that the contract cities are not getting their needs met because we're so understaffed. So what I'm asking for you to do is, obviously, in addition to voting for this item, is to support central HR and public health in rapidly staffing up to provide the services that the contract cities and the county as a whole need, and that the cities have paid for. And I want to thank the public health leadership for recognizing and responding urgently and creatively to the situation, including the establishment of the Animal Services Advisory Council that you supported back in April. This is a way for these contract cities to participate in and feel heard as we try to restore a program that has been significantly gutted. So I'm just asking for your support and encouragement of public health as they try to adjust this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And I think we can take this as a moment to, thank you, Dr. Heller, to make the announcement to anybody, whether you live in the city of Guadalupe, Santa Maria, or any of the other districts, if you'd like a job with the county, to please go online. We are recruiting for a number of positions. Big sheriff contingency here today. So that department, every department. So if you think about it, if you're out there and you're considering planners, there's everything.
Park rangers, animal control officers, you have whatever your interest, there is a career for you.
There is a career for you at the county. Become part of the county family.
The county is a wonderful place to work.
So thank you for allowing us that 30-second plug.
All right. And item A35, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Administrative item number 35 is from Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding a contribution of $35,000 for Santa Ynez Valley Senior Citizens Foundation, formerly the Buellton Senior Center Meals on Wheels Senior Nutrition Program. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom for Pam Genko. Pam?
Yes, good morning, supervisors. I just want to say thank you for considering this. We just appreciate all the time and energy and effort that you put in looking over at the programs for our valley and the whole county, and we just really appreciate your time. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to comment today. So that concludes our administrative agenda except for the resolutions. So I would like a motion to approve the agenda, including the A45 that was added late.
So moved, including the late inclusion.
Second.
And Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, that was a motion by Supervisor Williams and a second by Supervisor Hart.
Yes.
That's right.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino? And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that takes us to our honorary resolutions. And Madam Clerk, would you read item A39 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 39 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the memory of Owen Bailey. And joining us today in person, we have Brian Troutwine, and on Zoom, we have Linda Kropp. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Owen Bailey served as the Environmental Defense Center Executive Director for 9 years. And whereas Owen was raised in rural Connecticut, surrounded by forests, he graduated from the University of Connecticut, where he met his wife, Lori. Whereas after years of travel, he and his wife settled in Los Angeles, where Owen realized he most wanted to make a difference through advocacy. He started as a volunteer with the Sierra Club, and before he left, he was the Southwest Advancement Director. And whereas Owen moved to Santa Barbara to become EDC's executive director in 2013, he was recruited due to his work to protect ocean dunes and Hearst Ranch, and to defeat a proposed liquid natural gas project offshore Oxnard. He brought the same passion and skill to EDC. And whereas Owen immersed himself in our community and was beloved by all who met him, he listened, he offered support, and he taught us how to be effective advocates. His integrity was unparalleled, and when Owen spoke, you believed. And whereas Owen Bailey passed away on June 24th in his home after a long battle with cancer. Owen is survived by wife Lori, children Benjamin and Nicola, and by his brothers Martin, Hugh, and David, and his parents Patricia Palmer and David O'Bailey. And whereas our community will be forever grateful for the time we had with Owen. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors the memory of Owen Bailey, passed and adopted today.
And Supervisor Williams, did you want to make some remarks?
Sure. I'm first of all, I'm just thrilled that Brian will say something today. He was taking care of all the logistics at the celebration of life for Owen, so he didn't get a chance to say something. So I know his connection is strong, and I'm glad that he's going to be able to say something. If you're in public health staff, you know that I'm a big fan of Tolkien, and Owen was too. His father read Tolkien to him every year, the whole series, every year, once a year. And I think, like myself, Owen got a lot of his strong sense of justice and also his environmentalism from this, among other sources. And the really awesome good guys in The Lord of the Rings are cryptically referred to several times as servants of the secret fire, servants of the flame imperishable. And that is roughly in Tolkien's cosmology to the God-breathed or God-song spark that enables life to continue and to unfold, new life to continue and to unfold. And so I call Owen a servant of the flame imperishable because he yearned to make a difference. He held nature and the environment with the sacredness that I think it deserves. And he was very brave and endured a very debilitating sickness and continued to work and continued to be a joyful father in the midst of all of it.
I have some remarks, but maybe I'll go after you, Brian, if that's okay.
Linda Kropp would like to say a few words before I speak.
Absolutely. Linda?
Thank you and good morning. Thank you so much for acknowledging Owen this morning, his contribution to our community and his recent passing. Owen was bigger than life. He had a huge heart and a wavering commitment to the community and tremendous passion for doing what is right. He worked to protect natural resources, prevent climate disruption, ensure clean air and water for all, provide a voice for disadvantaged communities, guarantee public access, and demonstrate respect for people of all cultures and backgrounds. In particular, I want to mention Owen's dedication to the effort to transition our county from fossil fuels to renewable energy. He fought Phillips' proposal to bring dangerous oil trains through the county and ExxonMobil's application to truck oil on Highway 101 and Route 166. He was a leader in the effort to prevent new onshore oil drilling, including projects that would threaten our county's precious drinking water and to protect our coast from the risks of more offshore oil development. He supported the county's commitment to procure clean energy, as was just the topic of discussion this morning. So he would have been thrilled to hear how successful community choice energy is. Owen's relationships and influence reached far and wide. It will definitely take a village to carry out his vision for a clean, healthy, equitable, and vibrant community. And I know that EDC is committed to helping advance his vision and look forward to working with the community. And thank you very much for this acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. I'm Brian Troutwine, Senior Analyst and Watershed Program Director at the Environmental Defense Center. Thank you so much for honoring Owen Bailey by passing this resolution today. Owen was an incredibly effective leader at EDC for the past 9 years. He was a brilliant strategist, a supportive colleague, and an articulate communicator about the importance of protecting our land, our ocean, and our climate for future generations. He was a passionate, charismatic, and inspirational leader. And he was also ridiculously funny. He never missed an opportunity to drop a pun or crack a joke. And even when the odds seemed stacked against us, he could lighten the mood in an instant. By passing this resolution, acknowledging all that Owen did for Santa Barbara County, you will be helping carry forth his work to protect clean air, clean water, and a healthy community for our youth, the underserved, and really for everybody. Thank you for passing this resolution honoring Owen Bailey and ensuring that his legacy lasts long into the future.
Thank you. And I would like to add, I served on the EDC board when we recruited Owen to that job. He represented a place of joy in a world of fact. And many of the issues he spent his life working on are deeply sobering with powerful interests to contend with. And the temptation is to say nothing can be done and turn away. But his joyous, zany, goofy manner drew people to him. And if there are sides we all wanted to be on Owen's, because he inspired, he gave our efforts meaning, and he made work like play. And because of this, he and the teams he spearheaded, unlikely though it was, prevailed. Owen was ill with cancer for several years, and the amazing thing is that he addressed his illness as he did all his projects, with openness, sharing what he was going through and inviting others to be a part of it. With courage, he spent the last of his life force staying alive to see his children, Benjamin and Nicola, each reach important milestones in their lives, and making an important speech to encourage others to throw themselves with renewed vigor into the causes he devoted his life to. And with positivity, even suffering the ravages of cancer, he wrote poetry about the pleasures he still found in life and nature. Almost every picture ever taken of Owen is with a big smile and a merry twinkle in his eyes. He was exuberant about the possibilities of life, even and maybe most especially when the going was hard. The place of joy in a world of fact, that, I believe, captures the essence of Owen. Thank you. He'll be missed. Madam Clerk, A40.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 40 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Judy Weisbart for her service on the County of Santa Barbara Commission for Women. And joining us in person today, we have Judy, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Judy Weisbart has served and worked with dozens of organizations, individuals, and businesses throughout the county and abroad for over 35 years. She has helped organize many large community events in Santa Barbara, such as the Women's Festivals and Martin Luther King Day celebration. Whereas during the pandemic, she was known as Santa Barbara's Queen of Masks because of her work as the face covering community coordinator for Project Santa Barbara County Mask Network, a group of people who sewed masks and distributed them to protect frontline workers, volunteers, vulnerable populations, and others from COVID-19. And whereas Judy is the founder and president of A Busy Woman Consulting, a firm focused on for-profit and nonprofit organizations, creating events, raising funds, and developing businesses. And whereas because of Judy's deep knowledge and connections to local sub-communities, social, faith, arts, education, and business, she continues to serve our community and make it a better place for all. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara recognizes Judy for all her accomplishments and thanks her for the invaluable 5 years of service as a Santa Barbara County Women's Commissioner. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Judy Weisbart upon her retirement from the Women's Commission and wishes her the best in her future endeavors, passed and adopted today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say it was an honor to serve on the Women's Commission. I also wanted to say it was an honor to come after everything that was said about Owen, an amazing human being, and I feel honored to come after him. Also, I have to, as a past women commissioner, state that we as a commission work really, really hard, and I am lucky to announce here that this Thursday at 6 o'clock, there will be a Zoom event, which actually Das will be helping with. He will be working on that. And there will be 3 of us speaking on the issues between Roe versus Wade as a town hall meeting. Those town hall meetings are constant, and we appreciate your support and your true devotion to the work of women in this community. And I am honored to be a part of that. Thank you all very, very much, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you for your years of service.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just wanted to thank Judy for all her work, and I think you'll see both this with Judy and with Charlotte. This is very much in the spirit of mentoring feminism to continue your work. They're not done, and they're going to continue their work, but now bring in new young women to take their place, to bring the movement forward and make it even stronger. So I think this is very much in step with our values. But I wanted to celebrate Judy. If you don't know her, you've probably never been to a nonprofit fundraiser in town. She is involved with so many efforts, and I don't know where she gets all that energy, but I know where she gets her spiritual center, and it's wonderful to behold, and it's great to have you part of this community, Judy.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 41.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 41 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Charlotte Gullop Moore for her service on the County of Santa Barbara Commission for Women. And joining us in person today, we have Charlotte. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Charlotte Gullop Moore has devoted her career to promoting and educating the community on how to achieve an optimal level of health and wellness. And whereas Charlotte, who is originally from Philadelphia, spent 2 years at a community college before transferring to Temple University, where she earned a Bachelor of Science in Nursing and a Master of Science in Nursing. She is also a board-certified adult nurse practitioner and earned her Doctor of Nursing practice from the University of San Francisco. And whereas she currently teaches at CSUCI and has spent the past 2 decades delivering primary care and chronic pain management in Santa Barbara, and for the past 12 years has been the CEO of her own company, More on Health. And whereas Charlotte has been and continues to be an active member of our community, serving on the Santa Barbara City Community Development and Human Resource Committee as the chair, is a part-time faculty lecturer at the Goleta Extension Nursing Program, and is a board member of both Planned Parenthood Central Coast, California, and the Santa Barbara Women's Political Committee. And whereas she is fully committed to learning about the issues, assisting the community, and growing the next generation of leaders who are focused on helping close the issues impacting women in Santa Barbara and across the state. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara recognizes Charlotte for all her accomplishments and thanks her for her invaluable 5 years of service as a Santa Barbara County Women's Commissioner. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Charlotte Gullip Moore upon her retirement from the Women's Commission and wishes her the best in her future endeavors. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. And it's really odd when you hear someone else speak about all the things that you do. It's very humbling. I just want to say good morning, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors, and particularly Dr. Williams. Thank you for appointing me to the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women. It is agencies like this that we need to continue to support so that we can mitigate unnecessary barriers for our community, our youth, and our establishments to flourish. So again, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I want to add my personal thanks not only for Charlotte's participation. I mean, if you weren't listening to the whole resolution, this is an educator position. She teaches. She's an NP, a nurse practitioner, so she has a medical practice, and is volunteering to be on the board of, at the time, 3 nonprofits or boards and commissions. And so I don't know how she has time for those chickens, but I appreciate all the talks that we've had, and the searching for how do we bring more young people of color into the mainstream of the body politic. That is not a job finished by any stretch of the imagination, so I'm sure we will continue those efforts and that collaboration. And it's great to have you here, but it's also great to have you moving on to bigger and better things.
Okay, Madam Clerk, moving on to item number 42. Would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 42 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Undersheriff Sol Linver upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 38 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us today in person, we have Undersheriff Sol Linver, Sheriff Bill Brown, and I believe Undersheriff's wife is joining him today, Stephanie. Thank you. And we do have Supervisor Bob Nelson on the screen, and his Chief of Staff, Aaron Hankey, will be presenting the resolution. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Sol Linver will be retiring from county service on Saturday, August 20th, 2022, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 38 years, during which he served as a Sheriff's Deputy, Senior Deputy, Detective, Sergeant, Lieutenant, Commander, Chief Deputy, and Undersheriff. And whereas Sol Linver started his career with Santa Barbara County on August 14th, 1984, as a Sheriff's Deputy. During his 38 years of service, he has worked in various capacities, including Corrections Patrol, Crime Prevention Unit, Training Bureau, Crime Scene Investigator, Field Training Officer, and our agency's first high technology crimes detective. And whereas Sol Linver, throughout his career, provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office positive leadership and professionalism, allowing him to rise steadily through the organization, attained the rank of Lieutenant in 2004, and served at the Isla Vista Station for 4 Halloweens, and served as the Lieutenant in the Criminal Investigations Bureau and Special Investigations Bureau. And whereas Sol Linver achieved the rank of Commander in 2013, and held assignments in the South County Operations Division and the Operations Support Division, and was promoted to Chief Deputy in 2017 and Undersheriff in 2018, and provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County extraordinary professionalism and sensitive law enforcement service while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Sol Linver's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county, especially during crises such as the Isla Vista mass shooting, multiple vegetation fires, the one-night debris flow, and the Conception boat fire. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Sol Linver for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife Stephanie continued good health and many years of happiness, passed and adopted today.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I have a few comments I'd like to make before Saul comes up and says a few. Saul is a great American, a second-generation American. His father, having immigrated to the United States from Russia after surviving the pogroms pre-World War II. He has an incredibly interesting story himself, his father. Saul followed in his father's footsteps in joining the military, becoming a canine handler in the United States Air Force. He was stationed in Korea. He then came back to Santa Maria, became a Santa Maria Reserve police officer before joining the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office 38 years ago, as you heard. And since that time, he has achieved every sworn rank below that of sheriff in our organization. He's a devoted family man. His lovely wife, Stephanie, is here today, and devoted also to his daughter, Kiara. As you've heard, in the 38 years that he's worked for the Sheriff's Office, he's worked an extraordinary variety of assignments, and in the process, he has made a host of lifelong friends and colleagues. He's built a reputation as a skilled and caring deputy with an unparalleled work ethic and a keen sense of humor. And for the past 4 years or so, he has been my undersheriff, replacing some big shoes to fill from Barney Malekian when Barney came and worked for the CEO's office. He's done an outstanding job as the undersheriff in the last 4 years, often under very difficult circumstances. And the undersheriff's job is really arguably the most difficult job in the sheriff's office. The undersheriff is the person who actually really runs the day-to-day operations of the organization. And as sheriff, I spend as much of my time outside in the community as I do in the organization. But Saul was the guy who was the go-to person, who kept the trains running and kept everything working, and did so in a caring and compassionate way. Not only for the people that we serve, but also for the people in the sheriff's office. He has a huge spot in his heart for them, and always went the extra mile to make sure that our people were taken care of. I have greatly enjoyed working with him. I will miss him. I'm proud to be able to be one of those host of friends that he's made since he's been here, and look forward to that friendship continuing. But I just want to say publicly to Sol Linver, and you can see we've got a large contingent of people here today to cheer him on. I just want to say thank you for a job well done. And I want to just say on behalf of all the men and women of the Sheriff's Office that we wish you and Stephanie a very long, healthy, and happy and well-deserved retirement. Congratulations.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, the Sheriff's Office budget this year is, oh no, that's the wrong speech. As my law enforcement career comes to a close, I'm reminded of a call for service. Some time ago, there was a dispatch to one of the most difficult calls we handle, that of making a death notification. A husband had been killed in a motor vehicle accident, and these two officers were assigned the call to notify the wife. As they delivered the horrific news, the grieving wife yelled in pain. The officers then noticed a young child run to his mother's side. When she told her child that his father had died, he too yelled out. One of the officers knelt down and embraced the boy. As they drove to the morgue, the officer sat in the back seat with the boy and the mother and held his hand, providing solace and compassion. During the identification process and the ride back to the house, the officer continued to hold the young boy's hand. Once at the family's home, the officer again took a knee in front of the child and said to him, "You're the man of the house now. Your mom needs you. Be strong." As the child grew, he always remembered that officer and the difference he had made in the horrible time in his life. And he too wanted to be that type of a person. So he decided to seek a career in law enforcement. After serving 4 years in the military, he found the law enforcement agency he would probably call his new family. Many of you have probably guessed that I was not the officer, I was the child. The Knights of Pythagoras have a saying, a man, and I will change it to a person, never stands as tall as when he, or they, kneels to help a child. During my career, I have given back. I have embraced many people and taken many knees for a child. Now I have more people to thank than time allows. However, there are some I will mention. First, I want to thank my wife for standing by me, or behind me, for these many years and for being a cop's wife. To Sheriff Brown, I don't know what I can say. Your trust in me and the faith you had to allow me to be the undersheriff of this amazing organization is beyond a thank you. To my many mentors like Don Patterson, Sam Gross, and Barney Malekian, and to the executive and command staff of the Sheriff's Office, who without their leadership and support, we could not have grown and continue to be the premier law enforcement agency that we are. Thank you. Honor has had many meanings over the decades. Some nations have gone to war over honor. My use of honor is that of high respect, great esteem, distinction, and privilege. So to the women and men of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office, I say, serving with you has been an honor. I would, of course, like to thank you, Board, for honoring me with this resolution, especially since it got a 5-0 vote, I think. Did it? Did it? Yeah, it did. Okay. I would also like to thank everyone who came today to attend my reception of this resolution. As is the tradition for presentations to the Board, I will close with a quote. Nelson Mandela once said, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead." I believe and I hope I have led a life of significance as a member of the Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
The Supervisor Nelson, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. Even though I can't be there in person, it was an honor to sponsor this resolution. I wanted to take this public opportunity just to thank Saul for his 3 years of service, especially the last 4 years of his leadership as our undersheriff. You've both been an advocate and a true public servant. Congratulations and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hart, your light is on.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Saul, for sharing that really personal story and for 38 years of incredible public service. Your quote from Nelson Mandela was absolutely right, spot on. I think it's why all of us, do this work together, and it's really been an honor and a privilege working together with you these past 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Your story was so moving, Saul. If I sound choked up, it's because I am, and it exemplifies so much, I think, the spirit that we want to promote in our next generation of hires. I hope we share that story and both the difficulty and the successes of holding together an organization through hard times to recruit. I really appreciate the focus on that. I really appreciate the care for that, and I know it has not been easy. So thank you so much, Saul.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. There's many times where I was sitting up here and I thought, is Saul Lindver ever going to smile? Yeah. And then I realized all we have to do is let you retire. And now he's been smiles all day, man. So you've had to come before this board and give us bad news many times, and we had to give you bad news. And you know, there weren't a lot of smiles many times, but, you know, you just handled everything with class and just a real good public servant. And I hope I don't know if there's any young people watching today, but if there is, you know, law enforcement's a great way to serve your community. And I know today, more so than any other, it's difficult for young people to see that as an avenue. But I think your story showed that there's so much more to that job, and we need people with a good spirit and a good heart, and unfortunately we're losing one today. So if there's a young person out there that can fill these shoes, which I doubt you could, but over 38 years you can try to, you've laid down a great example for people, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've shown it's a noble profession, and you've led it with nobility, so you can see how appreciative we all are.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, item 43.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 43 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman to adopt a resolution proclaiming August 2022 as Child Support Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person to receive this resolution today, we have Meta Richardson and anyone else from Child Support Services. I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas August is Child Support Awareness Month, recognized in California and nationwide. And whereas in partnership with 46 county and regional child support offices, Santa Barbara County Child Support Services recognizes that families come in all shapes and sizes, and that one size does not fit all when it comes to the services and care required. And whereas the services available through California's Child Support Program are as diverse as the people who use them, and California Child Support Services and local child support offices across the state take care to reflect the needs of each parent and make the process adaptable and collaborative. And whereas Child Support Services has updated its programs for Californians paying and receiving child support, including the newly revised debt reduction program, which is now based on the ability to pay rather than on a flat percentage, so that more parents in arrears can achieve relief from state-owned debt. And whereas Santa Barbara County Department of Child Support Services served nearly 11,000 child support cases in 2021, collecting and distributing $30.8 million in support to families and children. And whereas in the month of August, in partnership with the Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Barbara County, the Legal Resource Center, and the Office of Family Law Facilitator, Santa Barbara County Child Support Services is hosting a virtual workshop to educate customers on the legal resources available to them, and is providing training on child support services to domestic violence solutions and the public health nutrition program staff. And whereas Child Support Awareness Month underscores the critical importance of providing parents, each of whom has a unique story, with the vital resources they need. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims August 2022 as Child Support Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I am Meta Richardson, the Assistant Director of the Department of Child Support Services, and with me is Joni Maiden, our Director. We are excited to be before you during Child Support Awareness Month. Child Support Awareness Month is a statewide and national initiative to help inform families about child support and the services that are available to them. To reflect the ever-evolving services provided by California's Child Support Program, this year's theme is One Size Does Not Fit All. Santa Barbara County Child Support Services honors the diversity of our families, and our child support professionals help moms, dads, and guardians to attain the financial stability they need for the children they care for. In honor of Child Support Awareness Month, in addition to the legal virtual workshop previously mentioned, we have also scheduled presentations about child support services to domestic violence solutions and public health nutrition program, or WIC, staff. And staff from these programs are also presenting to our staff regarding the services that these two programs provide. Our very capable child support services outreach team, which includes Lucy Reyes, Dave Collins, Laura Lyons, Kelly Ardian, Martine Nava, Arlene Herrera, Tiffany Soto, and Jennifer Diaz, has spearheaded these activities, and they have done a great job. Because access to services is so critical, we also wanted to share with you two of our recent initiatives. We are currently implementing Lobby Central, a virtual receptionist that allows customers to schedule appointments and meet with their case managers virtually as well as by telephone. Lobby Central allows customers to utilize child support services from the locations most convenient to them. Customers wishing to utilize this exciting new feature will be able to access it from our departmental website. We are also in the process of implementing a Zoom instant video chat feature. This will allow customers to immediately reach child support staff in regards to any question or concern regarding child support issues. We anticipate a go-live date of next month for Lobby Central, as well as the Zoom instant video chat feature. We are excited about these new features that will help to increase access to child support services throughout the county, and want to thank you all for helping us to celebrate Child Support Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. In 2021, have to underscore, 11,000 people served and over 30 million. And now you're innovating new programs so we'll expect even better. But that's amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, item number 44.
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Administrative item number 44 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman, and it is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the CalSAWS project team of the Social Services Department as the August 2022 Employees of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today receiving this resolution, we have Leopoldo Perez Jr., Viridiana Cervantes, and Dalet Alvarado. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Department of Social Services convened a small but mighty project team in April 2021 to prepare DSS staff for migration to CalSAWS, a statewide automated eligibility determination system that is one of the largest in the world, and will go live in Santa Barbara County on April 24th, 2023. And whereas Dalet Alvarado, Leopoldo Perez Jr., and Viridiana Cervantes formed the core of the project team by building and continually increasing their expertise in the new system and sharing their knowledge with staff through team meetings, demonstrations of functionality, delivering hands-on learning labs, developing innovative communication strategies, overseeing change network champion activities, recommending efficiencies to prepare for our future state, and generating enthusiasm and buy-in from staff. And whereas the project team has been recognized by the statewide CalSAWS project in various meetings for their advanced level of expertise and knowledge in the CalSAWS system and their ability to teach others and elevating our county to an advanced level of readiness. And whereas these three team members represent the county of Santa Barbara well and exemplify stellar teamwork, understanding of the vision, dedication and commitment, a positive influence, and professionalism in a highly visible way within our department and to other California counties as we move towards CalSAWS implementation. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes the Department of Social Services CalSAWS project team as the Employee of the Month for August 2022. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'm Maria Gardner. I'm Deputy Director over the Economic Assistance and Employment Services branch of the Department of Social Services. On behalf of Director Nielsen and the DSS executive team, I want to thank your board for the opportunity for us to acknowledge the contributions of our stellar employees you read in that resolution. They're so dedicated and compassionate. This project affects over 500 DSS staff and over 160,000 members of our community. So they're making the magic happen day in and day out. Dalet Alvarado is a department business specialist, and she's been with the county since 2012. She joined us as an experienced eligibility worker from Tehama County. She quickly promoted to lead worker and then to a supervisor in our Career Employment Specialist series. And currently, she has been supervising this project team for 15 months. Dalet's the first to volunteer for any new initiative, and her passion is really improving service delivery. Leopoldo Perez Jr. has been with our department since 2014. He started as an eligibility worker, also promoted to a lead worker, and is currently an eligibility supervisor. Leo enjoys coaching and mentoring staff, and he has an affinity for technology. So his passion is really helping staff become comfortable with technology and helping them do their jobs better. And then we have Viridiana Cervantes, who's been with our department since 2016. She, in 6 short years, has been an eligibility worker, a lead worker, and is currently a supervisor. She's a quick study, and she's eager to develop tools to share with staff to do their jobs more efficiently. So together, Dalet, Leo, and Vidi really embody exemplary customer service. They have a passion for innovation. They love technology, and they, above all, want to make a difference in the lives of the people that we serve in our community. So I'm very proud of them for this recognition, and I want to congratulate the 3 of them on this acknowledgement. Well done.
I do just want to say a couple words. Chairman Hartman, Board of Supervisors, I do want to say thank you to our manager that's not here today, but I'm sure she's seeing us in Zoom. That's Lena Bickle. Maria Gardner's foresight is the reason why we were together. Lena Bickle's support with Dalet Alvarado and Daniel Nielsen is why we do our job so well. It definitely is top-down leadership for us to be able to share what we want, have the freedom to create tools or demonstrations, or even do with our Change Network champions. Our role is to get our expertise and what we know and what's in here in their heads as well. So as we move towards implementation in April 2023, it's going to be an army of people that know the knowledge of the CalSAW system and not just our core team. So thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you so much. I had to look up what CalSAWS was when I was, and I still can't claim to fully understand, but it really is an example of the deep, careful, demanding work. And it does require a team, you all working together and then working with the people who have to use this. And I thought it was extraordinary, the statewide recognition. So you really do us proud. You embody Renew 2022. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Supervisor Lavanino, indeed.
Just briefly, CalSAWS is the California statewide automated welfare system, so we're moving to one system statewide. 40 counties currently use it. The 18 CalWin counties that were part of that consortium will be moving to that starting in October and then through next June.
A huge undertaking.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I think Maria might have been the one taking me around on the tour, but I was shocked at the level of sophistication of the training that many of our social service employees have to go through. These are rigorous, of course. They're done by the federal government, so they're way over the top, complicated, more so than they probably need to be. But I was also very impressed with the controls that are in place, so that the goal is for every person that is in need, they get exactly what they're entitled to, not a penny more and not a penny less. It's very complicated. And when you think about it, these are the folks that are actually the safety net for the county. And these are the folks that the reason why we're here is, unfortunately, a lot of members in our community rely on the benefits that they're entitled to. But it's the folks in the trenches every day, you guys that are and the people that you're going to be training to making sure that our citizens are taken care of. So just want to say thank you. You guys do a great job. And Daniel, I know it is top down, that it is everybody's on the same page, and it's always a pleasure to walk through your department. So thank you.
And Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to add my support and encouragement too. It's the work that you do in the Department of Social Services is so important because you are the front line of helping people who need our assistants. And your passion and commitment and creativity, you know, from the top of the organization all the way through Maria and everybody, is just inspiring to me. And it's really exemplifies that we really are one county, one family, and one future for everybody. And thank you for your leadership. It's great that the state has recognized Santa Barbara County's leadership, and look forward to new exciting things from you in the future.
All right, so that concludes our resolutions. So turning to general public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak on general public comment today, and that is here in Santa Barbara with Ethan Shankman. Ethan?
Okay, this is general comment. Okay, I'm going to read you something that's in Wikipedia, and it's definitely of public and health concern. All right, lead and other trace metals may be found in many lipsticks. These occur naturally and can accidentally contaminate other ingredients during production. As contaminants are not added intentionally, they will not be listed as ingredients. In 2007, a study by the Campaign for Safe Cosmetics released a report called, quote, "A Poison Kiss," unquote, that tested 33 popular brands of lipstick for lead content. The study found that 61% of lipsticks contained lead with levels up to 0.65 parts per million, ppm. The study raised public awareness of the issue, putting pressure on the FDA to conduct further studies using specialized testing method. In 2009, the FDA released a follow-up study to the Campaign for Safe Cosmetics report, which found lead was present in all 20 samples tested. The lead levels ranged from 0.09 to 3.06 ppm, with the highest levels found in lipsticks made by CoverGirl, L'Oreal, and Revlon. In 2011, the FDA conducted an expanded survey on its previous study, which broadened the testing to 400 lipsticks that were available on the US market at the time. The study was performed by Frontier Global Sciences, Incorporated, using the same testing method as 2009. The study found that an average of 1.11 ppm compared to the 1.07 ppm average in the 2009 study, while the highest amount of 7.19 ppm in Maybelline's Color Sensational 125 Pink Petal. This was more than twice the highest amount found in the 2009 study. Trace amounts of lead can contaminate raw ingredients, specifically mineral-based additives, as this element occurs naturally in soil, water, and air. The Campaign for Safe Cosmetics made a list of chemicals for concern which can contain toxic chemicals such as lead. Whilst only trace amounts of lead are ingested from lipstick, lead accumulates in the body over time, which can eventually lead to lead poisoning. It doesn't exit the system, and it's also passed in utero. The most common users of lipsticks are teens and adult women, as a study performed by University of California, Berkeley found that women applied lipsticks anywhere from 2 to 14 times a day. This translates to up to 87 milligrams of product ingestion per day. Lead ingestion is particularly concerning for pregnant women because lead can enter the fetus from the mother. The FDA is regulating body of cosmetic safety under the US FD&C Act. Cosmetics regulated by the FD&C Act do not need to be approved for pre-market sale, but pre-market approval is required for any color additives used in lipsticks. Currently, the FDA has not set an acceptable lead limit level for lipstick specifically, but it has set specification for lead color additives used in lipstick. Many of them come from foreign markets.
And that is your time.
Okay. The FDA's okay, so once present, the effects of lead exposure on the body cannot be reversed according to forensic science. I've got about 14. The CDC, on the other hand, reports that there is no safe blood level
That's
for
how
lead.
much you're over, actually.
Are we over? I thought that I had 20. Just consider that for uniform requirements or whatever it is that we basically request from employees who show up to work and what they're wearing. Okay, thank you. All right.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
All right. Turning to departmental item number 1. Would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Departmental item number 1 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the monkeypox outbreak.
Mr. Nielsen.
Good morning,
Welcome
Chair.
in your new role. You're acting.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. Daniel Nielsen, your Interim Director of Public Health. We have a presentation for your board today on monkeypox, and Dr. Ansorg, our health officer, will be going through that.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Our current situation nationally and internationally even and locally prompted us wanting to give you an update on the monkeypox situation. Monkeypox virus is now called the Mpox virus by CDPH, just to eliminate any stigmatization. And it's a virus in the family of the smallpox virus. Fortunately, it's much less dangerous, but still a very uncomfortable illness if you have to go through it. It is transmitted through close skin to lesion or skin contact or prolonged face-to-face contact, which happens, when kissing or cuddling. It is not spread by casual, brief contacts like shaking a hand or saying hello to somebody or even passing by a person in the grocery store. So it is way less contagious than COVID or smallpox for that matter. Having said that, it is still spreading quite significantly. Next slide, please. Locally now, we have 5 confirmed cases, and that is as of yesterday, actually. 4 tests are still pending, so as of later today, it may be anywhere between 5 and 9. We have evaluated 24 suspect cases so far, and we have evaluated 40 contacts to confirmed cases in the county. So far, we have administered 35 vaccines to people who had been exposed. Thank you. The California Mpox situation as of last week is like 1,733 confirmed cases in 30 local health jurisdictions. The 2 new ones since the previous report included Santa Barbara when we reported our first cases that week. There were 36 hospitalizations out of these close to 1,800 cases and no deaths. The risk to the general population is very low, just for the reason I stated earlier, that Mpox is much less contagious than COVID or smallpox, and it is spread by prolonged skin-to-skin contact or via droplets during close face-to-face contact. Precautions are really being very careful with intimate contacts with persons who have skin lesions. Avoid that by all means. Limit the number of intimate partners you may entertain, and disclose to your partners if you experience any symptoms or have skin lesions yourself. Fortunately, there is a treatment for really severe cases. However, it is an investigational use drug because it is approved for smallpox and not for Mpox. It is part of the stockpile, like the vaccine that is available through the federal government, but it is not widely available. Currently, we have in Santa Barbara County, we have 10 courses available to provide to patients who may have more severe illness. The vaccination is really the best protection for people who may have been in contact to a confirmed case. We currently have 220 regular doses available for our high-risk groups and for people who had exposure. The FDA fortunately granted an EUA, emergency use authorization, to split the dose up and inject it like with a little bleb into the skin. If we are capable and able to do this on a larger scale, we would now be able to vaccinate 1,100 people as of today. And since this came out, we have been reaching out to local partners, and we are planning some events for the near future to vaccinate on a larger scale people who are at highest risk. And tomorrow night, Planned Parenthood and Pacific Pride Foundation are hosting a town hall, and myself, Dr. Fenzi, Dr. Fitzgibbons, Dr. Erin Moore from UCSB Student Health, and the medical director from Planned Parenthood will be panelists. It will be at 7 p.m. and on Zoom, so we are looking forward to a question and answer session there. And as mentioned earlier, we are currently actively planning and cooperating with Pacific Pride Foundation, Planned Parenthood, in coordinated and a concerted effort to vaccinate as many as possible within the next 10 days. So that is our contribution from public health, and we are, constantly bugging the state to give us more vaccine. And I'm just don't want to see the vaccine doses in the freezer, but I want them in people's bodies. So we are really just wanted to reassure you that we are on a mission to get that done. Next, that is a duplication. Thank you. Open for questions.
Questions. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I'm just very encouraged to hear about the collaborative town hall meeting and the information that's getting out to the community and the increased availability of vaccines. I know that's been a very difficult challenge. Do you think that the chart that you showed, that statewide incidences of monkeypox dropping off, do you think that is in relation to the increasing availability of vaccines that was early on in the presentation there?
Oh, no, I think that's just a delay in reporting. Unfortunately, it's going up. We only get new data twice a week, and so by tonight I will have new data, and this will be outdated. Worldwide, last week we had 30,000 cases, and 9,000 of those were in the United States, and close to 1,800 in California. And out of the 1,800, the lion's share was obviously in Los Angeles and San Francisco. Age-wide, it is 75%, close to 75% are people younger than 45.
So there's a real need for targeted outreach, specific community, to get folks to get us vaccinated, use all the vaccines that we have available locally as fast as possible, and then make the case to the state that we need more vaccines.
That is exactly our idea.
Well, congratulations, and go forward fast as you possibly can. That's really important work, and I'm glad we're having this hearing to explain to folks in the community how urgent this is.
Is it true that if you're an older American who's been vaccinated for smallpox, that you have some immunity?
Yes, that is correct, Chair Hartman. That is very reassuring. In 1972, the United States stopped general vaccination for smallpox. So anybody who was born, let's say in the late 60s even, has at least partial immunity against this mpox virus through the smallpox vaccination.
And so just to make sure I understand, if people get it, there is a treatment. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is how serious is the disease? And I guess that depends on your underlying health. At least that's what we've certainly learned in COVID. But I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit.
Sure, I'm happy to. Yes, you're exactly right. It depends on your underlying general health and your status of the immune system. The mpox disease is mainly, a fever, general discomfort followed by a rash. And the rash looks a little bit like chicken pox, so it changes from a papule to a blister to a scab, and the scabs fall off. And during the time when the fever starts until all scabs are gone, the person is contagious. And sorry, I'm getting tangential. What was your question in the end?
Well, I just, you're elaborating on how serious
Yes,
it is.
exactly.
And if you're not vaccinated, what are the risks given vaccines are in such low supply?
Right, thank you for that. Yes, the disease is very rarely fatal. The type of mpox virus that we are seeing in this current worldwide outbreak is from the West African clade of the virus, which has a low mortality rate. People who die from this have extremely low immune levels, and hospitalizations are also very rare, and they're usually, again, in pregnant women, for instance, or people who have underlying skin conditions, and then they react with a really, really extensive rash that's extremely painful. Those people need to be hospitalized. But for most people, it is really discomfort that goes away over the course of like 2 to 3 weeks. And once recovered, you have gained immunity through the illness. And we don't want anybody to get it, obviously. However, it is not a death sentence by any means, like smallpox.
And if you do get it, then isolation, just so you don't contaminate others. Is that the recommendation? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Please, if you have any skin lesions, and contact your primary care provider. Testing is widely available. Any doctor in urgent care clinic can test and send it to the commercial lab. So fortunately, that's not a bottleneck there, the diagnosis. And if somebody, while waiting for the test results, please isolate. That means you can go still to the grocery store, but please make sure that clothing covers all of the lesions, and don't go if you still have a fever, and don't have any close physical contact with anybody during that time.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I also just think it's important to recognize that and acknowledge that the LGBTQ community has really been disproportionately impacted by monkeypox. And I want to thank the Public Health Department for working with Pacific Pride and Planned Parenthood specifically to do outreach to that community and make sure that we're focusing on equity in our response to monkeypox.
Thank you. And I had a question on another topic, that is the polio that was discovered in New York, and just wondering what your thoughts are about that and what kind of risk it may pose for the future.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but there are really many people now that do not vaccinate their children. And it is becoming definitely more common. And I think what I read about the polio findings in the wastewater in New York, that they found similar in London as well as in Israel. And there could be a connection. What I've read is that the wastewater polio that they found is actually from the oral live vaccine that we do not give any longer in the United States, but there are some countries that still give this oral polio vaccine, which is actually a live virus, and then it gets eliminated through the intestinal tract into the wastewater. So it's a little tricky. So it could be that some people who actually got vaccinated orally, spill it into the wastewater, but we will have to learn more about it. It is definitely recommended if anybody is traveling to, remote places in the world to get an injectable, which is a live virus booster shot. That is definitely a recommendation, and then you're fully protected. But it is unfortunate that so many parents decline to have their small children vaccinated against polio these days.
Thank you for that. Seeing no more lights, and I assume Supervisor Nelson will chime in if he has a question. So public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, then it's just a receive and file and provide any direction as appropriate, and that CEQA is not required. Director Nielsen, did you have anything more? Supervisor Williams.
I will simply make that motion for receive and file, and that this does not constitute a CEQA.
And Supervisor Lavanino seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino? Aye. And Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll take a 10-minute break, and as people have noticed, this clock is not working, so we'll be back about 2 minutes after 11. convening the meeting of August 16th, 2022 in the Santa Barbara County Board hearing room and turning to item number 2 on our day's agenda. And Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding recommended ordinance amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, to implement new permit requirements regarding commercial cannabis cultivation and processing and align existing odor abatement plan, OAP, standards with the new conditional use permit, CUP requirements.
Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. As Ms. Alexander indicated, we were at the board, hold on a second, May 24th, thank you. And we got direction from the board to return to our offices to develop a concept for how we would permit processing. So the board was sort of at a point of taking action on the ordinance amendment, and so we had clear direction on that. But there was the issue of whether or not there would be different permit type requirements for processing facilities on properties that had already received a land use permit. So with that, I'm going to hand the presentation over to Ms. Venegas, and she's going to explain to you what the proposal is that we put forward for the board to take action on today.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Karina Venegas, and I will be presenting the proposed cannabis land use ordinance amendments to you today. Last year, at the September 14 board hearing, the board directed Planning and Development staff to develop land use ordinance amendments to change the commercial cannabis cultivation permit type in the inland agricultural and industrial zones, with the intention that the changes may afford county decision makers greater discretion when considering proposed commercial cannabis cultivation projects. Pursuant to the board's direction, staff presented the ordinance amendments to the board at the board's May 24th hearing this year. At the hearing, the board directed staff to return to the board today with revisions to the ordinance amendments to clarify the permit requirements for commercial cannabis processing activities based on the permit requirement for the corresponding cannabis cultivation activities on the site, and to require a CUP for outdoor cultivation in the inland industrial zones. As directed, staff specified new permit types to allow cannabis processing activities consisting of drying, curing, and trimming. The proposed permit requirements would apply to existing and new cannabis cultivation sites on lots zoned Ag 1, Ag 2, MRP, M1, and/or M2. As set forth in the proposed ordinance, existing commercial cannabis operators with an approved LUP may add processing to their operations with an LUP, or may add processing with a revised CUP if the cannabis operation is already permitted with an approved CUP. However, new operators not subject to an existing permit would be subject to a CUP. Additionally, staff revised the proposed LUDC amendments that would require a CUP instead of a land use permit, or LUP, for commercial cannabis cultivation as follows. A CUP would be required for all indoor and outdoor commercial cannabis uses in the Ag 2 zone, and for outdoor cultivation, including mixed light and nursery, in the MRP, M1, and M2 zones. The proposed amendments include a provision that would limit the applicability of the CUP requirement only to new operators or applications that have not received final approval prior to the operative date of the ordinance, and to existing operations that propose changes that do not qualify as minor changes under the LUDC, such as changes that would result in a new adverse environmental effect, the need for additional mitigation measures, or changes that substantially deviate from an approved permit. Applicants of a proposed new operation that has not yet received final approval would need to apply for a CUP, If an existing LUP application is complete, it would be converted to a CUP application and proceed through the CUP approval process, which does include a public hearing. The proposed amendments clarify that commercial cannabis cultivation operations permitted with an LUP do not qualify as non-conforming uses because they are lawfully existing with the approval of a non-discretionary permit that was required by the LUDC and remained allowed by the LUDC in their current location. To avoid disincentivizing existing operators from making beneficial changes, such as changes to improve odor control systems, and as mentioned in the previous slide, existing operators could propose minor changes similar to other LUPs, so long as those minor changes do not substantially deviate from their approved plans, do not change the use or scope of development, and do not result in a new adverse environmental effect or the need for additional mitigation measures. When staff made changes to the ordinance, staff made a clarification to reflect the new CUP requirement, as well as retain the existing odor abatement plan standards. Currently, the LUDC requires applicants of commercial cannabis cultivation projects to prepare and submit an OAP if a project meets one of the following: adjacent to an existing developed rural neighborhood, also known as an EDRN, an urban rural boundary, if cannabis cultivation areas cumulatively exceed 51% of the subject lot area on lot zoned Ag 2, or if a project is within the San Ynez Community Plan area. Additionally, cannabis projects will continue to require design review for projects that are located within the critical view shed corridor or design control overlay zones. The Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, also referred to as the PEIR, prepared for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, was certified by the board in February of 2018 and considered cannabis uses throughout the county in agricultural and industrial zones, such as the Ag 2, MRP, M1, and M2 zones. This proposed ordinance is within the scope of the project covered by the PEIR, and changing the permit requirement from an LUP to a CUP would provide county decision makers with additional discretion over proposed projects and existing operations that propose major changes. The proposed amendments would not result in any new impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162 and 15168. The recommendations for today's ordinance amendments can be found on page 1 through 2 of the August 16 board letter. To summarize, they are to make the required findings for approval and CEQA findings found in Attachment 1, determine that after considering the certified PEIR for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, no subsequent environmental document will be prepared, and adopt a resolution amending the LUDC found in Attachment 4. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any board members have questions? I don't see any lights on. I'll just check in with Supervisor Nelson.
No, not at this time.
Okay, and Supervisor Williams.
Just something that's not in this, but was part of the direction at one of the previous hearings, and just want to know when whether we need changes in the ordinance to strengthen that, is the desire from this board for, applicants to use their permit or lose it over time. You can't just get a permit for something and then come back 5 years later and not do anything, right? So I just, apart from the two big matters that are in front of us today, I just didn't want to lose sight of that other issue and know whether, the department or county council is envisioning bringing us anything on to strengthen our rights to, demand an applicant actually use their permit if they want to keep it.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, our current code does have dates by which permits expire. So if they don't vest, the land use permit lives for a year, but they can ask for a 1-year extension on that. And then we also have requirements in our CUP, like if they cease to operate for a full year, those CUPs can become null and void. So I think our code is set up right now to allow us to enforce those things. And so I'm not sure that we need to make any changes to that at this point. I don't know if council wants to add anything to that.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, my understanding is also that the CEO's office is working on amendments to Chapter 50 to address the board's direction on this, quote, use it or lose it framework. But that's separate than the ordinance amendments here today.
Great, thank you.
Seeing no more lights, Madam Clerk, public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so I will close public comment then.
And we will go to Zoom to begin with Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Mark Shatillo. Nancy?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. I'm Nancy Emerson representing WeWatch. WeWatch appreciates the positive impact the proposed CUP for Ag 2 will have on the Santa Ynez Valley, as well as all inland areas. We urge you to require a CUP for all new operations. If you are unwilling to require that applicants who already have an LUP go through the CUP process, at least require that they process indoors and use the technology now available to control odor produced in buildings. We need to put a brake on adding more odor. For the Santa Ynez Valley, the above solution will prevent adding more cannabis odor in the Buellton area, at least from processing. Odor already negatively impacts existing agriculture, the health of residents with sensitive receptors, its schools, children, and tourism. Adding processing will enable cannabis growers to become substantially more profitable, more than offsetting the added cost of going through the CUP process and buying odor controls. We need to end appeal after appeal because of incompatibility with existing agriculture and neighbors. Your earlier actions placed you and the Planning Commission in a box that made appeals a lose-lose for appellants and other residents, and fed the prevailing cynicism about government. Today, you can help correct that. Please do so. Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Shatillo, to be followed by Richard Campbell, who is our final speaker. Mark?
Good morning, members of the board. This is Mark Shatillo. I'm speaking this morning on behalf of 2 different organizations, the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and the Community Subcommittee of the Cuyama Valley Cannabis Advisory Committee. Each group supports the CUP requirements for all Ag 2 grows, and we'd encourage your board to approve it. There's ample justification that was developed during the May hearings, and ample notice provided to those growers that are in the pipeline. On behalf of the Community Subcommittee, I do want to object to the letter submitted by DR Welch, which was submitted late and out of compliance with the board's protocols, and thereby depriving us of the opportunity to respond. However, we would strenuously object, and I think joined by County Council, in arguing that there are no vested rights that are associated with their attempts to process a permit for which they don't have an entitlement under the cap. I want to move on. The second language, we do ask, both groups ask that the board adjust the language when odor control can be required. The coalition submitted a letter indicating that we strongly prefer that each CUP require an odor abatement plan. However, the proposed language in the ordinance that's before you today limits an odor plan or odor controls to only those circumstances when you have an EDRN or the 51% trigger. And we strongly encourage that you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and that odor controls be allowed whenever it's justified by the project and site conditions. That discretion is essential for the county to be able to ensure that odor can be addressed when it needs to be addressed. Again, our preference is that there be an automatic odor control requirement for each conditional use permit, which is the current way that the ordinance is structured, and not to have it just be limited to those few triggers. But this is an issue that needs to be, in our mind, it needs to be clarified in order so that the ordinance is clear and not subject to an argument by the applicant that the county has no such discretion. Briefly, the third issue is processing facilities. We do believe that all should require a conditional use permit. The CUP is not an onerous requirement, and the CUP allows site-specific issues to be addressed and gives the county authority to address them. As currently proposed, the language would tie the county's hands. We are seeing regional processing facilities substantially increasing the amount of processing that occurs, and we suggest that it might be appropriate to limit the use of a land use permit to only processing cannabis that's grown on the parcel. So we support a CUP on all Ag 2 grows. We would like to have additional odor control and see CUPs for processing facilities as described. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for your attention to this important issue.
Mr. Shatillo, I had a question for you. Could you explain once more what you mean about the LUP CUP for only cannabis grown on the property?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We're seeing regional scale processing facilities developing. The West Coast Farms is the best example of one. Initially, they were going to process the cannabis on their 50-acre grow in a 3,000 square foot processing facility. They have since applied for an LUP for a processing facility that's nearly 25,000 square feet, and almost an order of magnitude larger. And that obviously represents a project that's going to have significantly bigger impacts because it could serve as a regional processing facility and thereby have a lot more traffic, a lot more hours of operation, noise, lights, and other impacts. So one way to tailor the ordinance to ensure that these larger regional processing facilities do require the additional review and discretion that the CUP affords would be to adopt a limitation that provides that a CUP is required for a processing facility when that processing facility is going to process cannabis that comes from off-site. If it stays on site and it otherwise is subject to an LUP under the ordinance that's proposed, it could stay as an LUP. However, when it has the ability to import cannabis from off-site and thereby serve a larger market, that's when the CUP could be triggered.
Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker on Zoom, Richard Campbell. Richard?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Basically, I travel up from Ventura probably 2-3 times a week on the 101 back up to Goleta in late evening, early morning. As soon as you hit Summerland and all the way through to about the beginning of Montecito, there is a very strong smell of cannabis every time I travel, and that's, you know, in an enclosed car with the windows down, up, traveling at, 60 miles an hour within the speed limit, obviously. And I think the board shouldn't lose sight that, that is pollution, and the residents who live there have to put up with that every evening. And if you don't believe me, just do the trip yourself. I'm sure you've all driven up, and you thought if you think it's a skunk that's been hit on the side of the road the one time you've traveled through, think again and do it the following night and the following night and the following night, and you'll see that smell is there every single time. And I think, just what the community is asking you is that, this shouldn't be allowed to happen again. It's pollution, it's unpleasant, it's uncalled for, it's unnecessary, and you must make sure that it's not allowed to happen again. And I visited a number of farms in Carpinteria, and everybody tells me their odor abatement, works perfectly, and it's their neighbors and so on. But the end of the story is that there is an unpleasant smell there, and the board must ensure that doesn't happen again. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, before we bring it back to the board, I just wanted a comment on agenda management. After this item, we will recess to closed session. We're estimating, I think, about an hour, and then we will come back for the final item on today's agenda. The sheriff has left, and we told him he doesn't have to come back until after closed session. So with that, we're back to the board for further questions or comments. Supervisor Williams.
Well, first, I just want to make sure that I understand that with we've made the changes over time that an LUP with a processing facility would still require sealed carbon scrubbers, the whole shebang, right?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, it does require odor abatement.
And that's just what types of odor abatement is determined by staff considering the conditions on
Best
site.
available technology, and so it's the similar standards that we have set forth in the code.
Right, and we use
Yes.
best available technology because at some point somebody's going to come up with something better, and we don't want to preclude mandating better technologies in the future.
Correct, correct.
So, I want to first make sure that Ms. Emerson's point was already sort of well taken in terms of the way that we set up processing while, and I just want to have us think about, for a second, what is good for processing and what for the, in terms of odor and what is not. And my sense of it is having lots of shuffling around in vans to different places to process is not good for odor. And so I don't know if super big places to process that take in from all around the region is good or bad, but I just think we should think about that, right? Is that some concentration of processing, and the reason why we're move forward is not only because we want to address the issue of revenue leaving the county, but it's also because having processing on site is less movement around a product and is, from my perspective, good for addressing odor. I don't know whether having, the surrounding parcels also processed there is good or bad. I think we should try to think that through. I haven't reached a firm conclusion on that, but I thought I would throw that out there because I think that's germane to the conclusions and discussions that we would have today.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, correct. And I'm not sure. To me, I think this is something that the industry, we have to set boundaries, and we have to have. I think what we're doing today is what do we require, but talking about whether or not we want to encourage regionalization or concentration. I really think that the industry will play that out themselves. You see that in regular ag. You have cooling facilities. People pool together resources and move to certain areas. As far as vans moving around right now, I mean, it can't be any worse than it is now because everything goes out of our county. Everything's, you know, it's going up into Northern California. It's going all over the place to be processed. So I think whatever we do to keep it locally, at least it's going to be better than what we have right now. So I support staff recommendations. I agree with you. I'm not really sure where processing is going to go, but and that's the first I heard of West Coast Farms talking about that. So that would be an interesting how that's all going to play out. But I'm prepared to move staff recommendations if there's no other.
Supervisor Williams?
I do think there's an issue of what is the effective date, right? If we had an effective date that was the minimum we could have, which is, I think, 30 days, then that means that projects that have already gone through the Planning Commission, already have their approvals for an LUP, would be told to go around and get a CUP. So
Yeah, and I don't think that's the intention of what we were trying to do. And maybe you can help us with that, staff, that like how do we make it so that folks that are still in the pipeline would need to get a CUP, but those that have been through the system and already got some sort of an approval would, at a lower level, would be able to maintain that level?
Sure.
Director Plowman?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. When the board originally met in May, there was discussion about extending the effective date 120 days. We do have one item that is going to the Planning Commission. Old College Road is a case, and then Nahui Farms will probably be appealed to the board. So there are two in the inland area that are sitting out there that could be caught up by a CUP, and they've been through quite a bit of process already. If the board wanted those to be able to get through the Board of Supervisors appeal, we would recommend that the effective date be January 31st, 2023, because of the limited amount of hearings that the board has. And we don't know yet if Nahui Farms is going to be appealed. And so we think that's probably the safest date to identify as an effective date. Operative, yeah.
Supervisor Nelson, did you have any questions or anything you wanted to add to the discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. I'm chewing on that information from on the effective date. But in the meantime, question that Mr. Stell had about the odor options. If a project was not required to do an odor abatement plan, but because of the circumstances that they were in, you know, the area, proximity to other sensitive resources, I mean, they wouldn't be prohibited from having that apply to their project through the planning process, or agree to do it independently, or wouldn't preclude the Planning Commission or the board to ask them to add that to a project, correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, so right now the code is very specific about where it's required. The Planning Commission can ask them to include something and the applicant can offer, but we cannot require it unless it is specified in the code. And so there are four circumstances under which odor abatement would be required. One is the property is adjacent to an EDRN or urban rural boundary. The second one is cumulatively exceeds 51% of the gross lot area in Ag 2, is within the San Ynez Community Plan boundary, or it has processing on the facility, on the property. So those are the four circumstances under which we can require it. But as I said,
even with a CUP?
Even with a CUP. That's correct. That's the way it's crafted currently.
But the board would still retain its ability to ask for that, to make the neighborhood compatibility findings of a CUP, correct?
Madam Chair, members of the board, and Supervisor Nelson, I'm going to say yes, I think you could ask for it, and I'm going to ask council to weigh in on that.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, yes, I believe that's correct. So if a CUP is required, an odor abatement plan would be able to be required in the circumstances Ms. Plowman outlined, but separately, if odor control in some way was required to be able to make the compatibility finding, then the decision maker would be able to require that of a project.
And I don't have any specific project that I'm thinking about or circumstance. I just want to make sure that the board retains that that ability, and I don't want to preclude that from being the case if we move forward with it the way it's written. So that is helpful. Getting back to the effective date, if it was the minimum time, we would actually have potentially another project get to the Planning Commission, either denied or approved, or I guess the appeal. And so if that happens, does it end up going back and the new effective date hits, let's say 30 days from today? What happens in that process? Do they have to go back to the start to go, and then they got to go back through the Planning Commission, even though they already had a Planning Commission hearing?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, so, and I believe the example you're identifying is a permit that's in the process, goes through the Planning Commission on an appeal of a land use permit, but then requires a CUP because they are caught by the new code that the board would be acting upon today. So in that circumstance, I believe they would have to go back to the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission is the decision maker on the conditional use permit. And then they could go to the Board of Supervisors if it were to be appealed. I mean, if there are people in the process that we know won't make the effective date, we would probably advise the applicants to wait to go to a hearing and potentially convert to a CUP beforehand so that they didn't get caught up into Planning Commission hearings. That would be my recommendation to them if we knew that the timing wasn't aligned for them to make it through the process.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Those are my questions. Yes, thank you.
I guess I had a couple of comments. First of all, I'm very, very appreciative that we're here finally, I think about ready to adopt a CUP for cannabis, Ag 2, and other projects. I think, we're in a position where we're trying to balance quality of life with a new industry and the revenues that it will produce. And I'm very appreciative of some of the things we've been able to do with cannabis revenues, trails, parks, libraries, some mental health. So those things have been really important. And when you have a limited budget and you have a little money extra to do these things, it means a lot. So I don't dismiss that at all. On the other hand, as you've heard before, I live in the Santa Ynez Valley, and we're getting a lot of cannabis out in the Santa Rita Hills area, and it really does have an effect on certain people, such as myself. I get near it and I start sneezing and coughing. So a lot of us are very sensitive, and it really affects quality of life in a very serious way. So I think the CUP is a huge stride forward. But if we don't have odor control except with compatibility, I think it makes it kind of hit or miss. And I think it's something that every operator should be thinking about in a systematic way. And I think, so odor is really the reason why, the major reason why we want a CUP. And I think to give applicants the clarity that they're going to be asked about this, and maybe they want to be thinking about plans for it ahead of time, would really be the more responsible way to go forward. And the other issue that for me is very critical is processing. this is something that we want to capture the value. I believe we are doing processing in Lompoc. It's not all going out of county, but we do want to capture that value. However, I think the solution that Mr. Shatillo put forward is a really good one, because even if you had a sealed building, you've got a lot of vehicles coming and going, and they're open. I mean, there can be a lot. This is when the blooms are at their most odoriferous, and they'll be coming to a central location if we have these huge processing facilities. What's more, one strategy that we're using in the Valley particularly is to have a limited term for harvesting, a 3-week period, and we're looking through Chapter 50 to how we can actually make that more transparent and enforceable. But if you can only handle a certain amount of product at the facility, then that may encourage growers to stagger their harvests. And then that elongates the period in June and October when we're suffering from really intense odors. And we have a letter that came from the city manager of Buellton. We heard from Nancy Emerson. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. The odor isn't so bad this year because a lot of people aren't growing this year because of the drop in prices. But last year, it's really significant. So with Supervisor Williams, how are we, I think we need to think through the processing more carefully and what the potential impacts are of allowing large facilities, 25,000 square feet, with only an LUP. I would very much support the proposal that they made. Yes, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, one thing I want to just advise you of, if you had a 25,000 square foot processing facility, you would require a development plan. Because
if it's just under 24.9.
It's 20, isn't it? A single structure over 15,000. So if you had a large processing facility, there would be a development plan which also has the finding of compatibility. So
let me, this
so
is
you
really
still
important.
have,
So be really
yeah.
clear with me
Yeah.
on what the square footage is, because I'm not sure I gathered it all.
Madam Chair, Mr. Clement's gonna do a little bit of research here. I have in my mind the old numbers, which was 20,000 square feet, but I think the triggers have been revised, yeah, on a 40-acre lot. But still, a processing facility, regardless, is going to require odor abatement, whether or not it's 10,000 square feet or 25,000
And is that
square
within the facility, or is that the ancillary activities related to transportation and loading and unloading, et cetera?
So we have a section in the code that was added by the board that talks about limiting odor. And so if you're going to be doing the drying, curing, trimming, which is processing, inside you have to use best available technology to minimize odors.
Okay, what about the trucks and loading and unloading?
So, I mean, that is going to happen, and there will be some odor associated with that. If people are doing things in the field, there are also requirements in our code that talk about limiting the odor.
Is it regulated? Do we have the ability to say this has, the trucking, the loading, the unloading, that this has to be done in some way to limit odor? Do we have that authority under the existing code?
Can you bring that section? Okay, so here's what the code says. They include techniques and or equipment, which use freeze drying or immediate packaging of harvested cannabis in the field, that shall achieve an equivalent or greater level of odor control as could be achieved by an enclosed structure which utilizes best available control technology. So that is, the activity is drying, curing, trimming of harvested cannabis. So if you're doing something in the field that is considered processing under our definition, they have to be using some kind of technology to try and minimize odor, like the flash freezing and things like some group growers use. Or you have to have it indoors and use best available control technology.
But in that list, the trucking and the loading and the unloading is not included. So that's a potential.
It's not considered included,
All
yeah.
right.
I would say. It's not identified in processing.
And then the square footage for the, when a development plan is triggered?
Yes, Madam Chair. So there's a number of different triggers for the development plan requirement for agricultural structural development. And just so everybody's following, I'm in section 35.21.030.C as in Charlie, 2B as in Baker. God, that's horrible. Anywho, so you have a few different triggers. First one would be if it's an individual structure over 15,000 square feet, that would require a development plan. There's another trigger, I'm not going to go into it, but it has to do with basically if you have a proposed structure, which with others is going to go over roughly 20,000 square feet. And then you get to subsection 3, and then for cumulative development on a lot, that is both agricultural or non-agricultural, there are triggers depending on lot size. So for example, if this lot is less than 40 acres in size, if the cumulative structural development exceeds 20,000 square feet, that's where the director I think was getting it from, that would be one trigger. And then it's a sliding scale as you go larger. That's a summary, of course.
Yeah. So it's
complicated,
complicated, but things
So-
greater than 15,000 square, or Supervisor Williams, you captured it. Maybe
Yeah,
you
I
can.
want to make sure we get this right. So one building more than 15,000 square feet or multiple buildings that add up to a sliding scale but based on acreage size. Got it. Okay. I mean, I think this is really important because, you know, people have been asking for the value of the compatibility finding. But what I've noticed in the ones in my neck of the woods is a lot of them have development plans and so therefore have to have the compatibility finding anyway, even if they're not CUPs. So, I mean, you know, I support adding the CUP requirement, but I think that when it comes down to it, the logic of that is the compatibility finding. And the reason why some residents want it is the compatibility finding. And we already mandate the compatibility finding on a lot of projects. This would just make it even more.
And just to underscore, a big piece of the compatibility is odor for other agriculture and for residents. So we still have the issue of the effective date. And I'll say for myself, when we considered this last in May, we put this hearing in the future, giving people an opportunity to get through the process. And the anticipation, or what we said is, well, this will be a countdown and it'll be 30 days from the next hearing. So for me now to put it out till January, I would not support that. Supervisor Williams.
You know, and for my part, it's more of an issue of amount of these applications have been already 4 years long. You know, we have a termination of non-conforming rights, right? So we're trying to be tough on them to make them then, if they've already had a PC hearing, by the time our, you know, effective date is, it just seems to me like that is changing things at the 11th hour for them, and I'm not comfortable with the sense of fairness that engenders. I understand that there's a total of 8 projects, that not just 2 that this could affect, but that, you know, 6 of them are moving slower or may not make it under the cap, but that there is 2 projects, one that has a PC hearing in August and one that has a PC hearing in September. And I can't imagine applying it to something that has already had the PC hearing by the time we would have the effective date. So the fastest effective date we could have would be after they were approved at the Planning Commission, which seems to me profoundly unfair. So I don't know if January 31st is the right date, but I definitely don't, think that having an effective date that is farther out than 30 days is just a fair play.
I have a question for County Council, and that is, as we vote on the ordinance up here today, do we have to vote, we have to take it as a whole, yes or no, or can we register objections to one part or another?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, we would recommend taking action as a whole on the ordinance, and this discussion of date impacts Section 11 in the ordinance. And the first sentence of that says, "This ordinance shall take effect 30 days from the date of its passage and shall become operative on," and it currently reads September 22nd, 2022. So the board.
So
has
that is
discretion to
staff
change that.
recommendation. Supervisor Hart.
Is it possible to have the applications that we're talking about that are at risk of having a second round of the Planning Commission have the CUP standards apply to the board's appeal of those projects and not have a route that goes back to the Planning Commission? Is that probably not an option?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, a change such as that would require more complex amendments to the draft ordinance than just changing the operative date. The most straightforward way to capture any of those projects would just be a date further into the future.
Is there an October date that might work for this problem?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I wish I could say yes, but I've had the Cannabis team look at it, and they think that in order for us to make sure that those two cases made it before the board, that the end of January would be the best date. I mean, the board can opt to, change the date and have it earlier today, but that's my recommendation.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So we're talking about these two projects, and maybe you brought this up and I missed it, but is there any chance that anybody else would slip through between now and January outside of these two?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Levin, I do not believe so.
Okay, so we're really talking about two projects, and I wish we could split the vote up because I understand that you really want to support the ordinance, but you have issues with the date. But I think, I would be more comfortable with staff's recommendation of going with January 1st, which, so I guess we've had the discussion.
Let me just ask
ahead,
for
yeah.
Supervisor Nelson if he had anything to add.
Yeah, I'm struggling with it because we did give such a long lead time on this, but out of respect for our planning commissioners, that's kind of one of my concerns too, to make them go through this a second time. It's had a hearing, a public hearing. And so I'm not inclined to want to see that happen. And I think that's just, and I think we have the ability to fix that today. So I do think the end of January seems excessive. I think if we really do want to see these before the board, I think we could, tell staff to work with the applicants to get these back to us as quickly as possible so that we can be, beyond that period of time. So I am willing to go beyond the September 22nd date. But I also want to make it as short as possible to be able to make this process more efficient.
So Director Plowman, you're suggesting that we change staff recommendation in the board letter from the September date until January what?
31st?
January 31st. And just to get a straw vote, it looks to me like there are 3 board members who support that. Or 4.
Not out of enthusiasm, it's out of, the fact is that if you do it too tight, then the applicant is going to magically go on vacation. I mean, the appellant is going to magically go on vacation on the hearing date, right? And then try to mess with it that way. So, whatever we choose, people are going to try to use to their advantage. I would like to live in the universe where we could be assured that a planning commission approval in August and September would yield a hearing before the end of the year, but we don't always live in that universe.
Again, I think I get the sense from the majority that a reluctant, perhaps on the part of some, this issue then of 15,000 square feet, to me, that's still a lot to come with an LUP, but I don't know if anybody else, Supervisor Nelson, if you have any thoughts about that. I mean, I am so glad to have the CUP requirement that I will probably support this, but I am asking questions that I don't think we have fully answered. I have no idea how much odor comes with transporting and loading and unloading, but if it's not properly sealed in containers, I think it is potential to be quite a lot. So that is concerning to me. So Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Nelson, if you had any last thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know if we will get everything perfect today, but what I am certain about is if somebody does do processing, let's just say 1,000 pounds of marijuana that's fresh cut being trucked to, say, Lombok or out of county, that creates more odor than 1,000 pounds being freeze-dried on site in a sealed odor-controlled facility. That I am absolutely certain on. So I do think that if these rules can convince folks to do processing on site, that is going to be a win for odor control. It may not be perfect. I can't foresee that, and I'm still wrestling with this question of, if one operation, does processing on site, just say there's two hypothetical operations that are fairly close to each other. Let's just say that there's plenty of those that would meet that. They both process off-site now. Would it be a win to have one of them process on site and the other one bring their marijuana over next door or down the street and process? I'm still wrestling with that one. But my guess is that it would still be a win, but it still might be imperfect, and we have to integrate that with the harvesting rules questions.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Talk about the processing facility and what that looks like, and even having fugitive odor escaping through the process of loading and unloading. Odor is definitely a piece of the puzzle, and one of the reasons for the CUP, but it's not the only reason. One of the reasons that I wanted to move to a CUP was also because of buffers between maybe a legacy or traditional agriculture and cannabis, because some of the potential incompatibilities with values and potential spray waft or other things that might happen. And I do think, that we want to try to control odor, so it's not so constant, but I don't think that the goal should be to completely eliminate odor and not be able to ever smell it. But I do think that the concentration that we have right now is problematic, and that is something that hopefully the CUP and a good odor abatement plan will help address. And just one last comment about, why I'm okay with not having odor abatement plans on every project. In part, there are some remote locations that are applying for permits to grow cannabis, where, an odor abatement plan doesn't need to be what it might need to be in the heart of the San Ynez Valley. And so taking all those things into consideration, I think that this gives us the tools finally with the CUP to be able to, ask for a little bit more where it's more sensitive. And I think staff will help guide applicants in that way. Obviously they can't be required, at least in the initial application. But I think we eventually can get there moving forward to make sure we have better projects that are more compatible for everybody. So I will be supporting the motion to give some extended time. It is really reluctant vote because I do think we've given already a lot of time, but out of respect for our planning commissioners, I think this is the most prudent thing to do.
Okay, so I think there is a majority of the board that is willing to accept the current odor abatement plan conditions that we have in the ordinance. I think there's a majority that says the processing, we're going to learn, we may change, but for now, it's okay. I disagree with that one, but I'm going to vote for the ordinance. And then I think the January 31st date, I think we have a majority. I don't agree with that, but again, we have to vote for the ordinance as a package, and I'm very supportive of the CUP requirement. So we need a motion and a second.
I'll move staff's recommendation with the change of date as noted. And the date, was it January 1st or January 31st? 31st?
31st, yes.
And we need a second.
Second.
And Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Richardson.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, just to clarify for the motion, is that a change to section 11 saying this ordinance shall take effect 30 days from the date of its passage and shall become operative on January 31st, 2023?
That is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams,
I'm in agreement.
Supervisor Hart,
Yes.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino
Aye.
and Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so now we're going to recess to closed session, and then we'll come back for the last item on our agenda today. And County Council, Ms. Van Mollem, what do you have in store for us today?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have two items of existing litigation. The first is Torres versus County of Santa Barbara. It's a Santa Barbara Superior Court case, number 21 CV 02933. And the second case has the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Directors for the Santa Barbara County Flood Control Water Conservation District. And that's the Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District versus Drew. And again, it's a Santa Barbara Superior Court case number 19 CV 06497. And the third item is the performance evaluation for the County Executive Officer. And that item, after coordinating with the chair and the CEO, we're going to move that item to a future date. So we're not going to be considering it today.
And is it about an hour that you estimate?
Yes.
So we would come back here about 1:15. So we're reconvening the August 16th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. And would you report out from closed session, Ms. Van Mullum?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, are both in Santa Barbara Superior Court. The first is Torres versus County of Santa Barbara, and the second, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, it's the district versus Drew. The board took no reportable action.
All right, turning to our final item for today, Madam Clerk, would you read item number 3 into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Sheriff's Office participation in the National Policing Institute Automated License Plate Reader, ALPR study, and operation of ALPR technology.
Sheriff Brown.
Thank you, Chair Hartman, and good afternoon, supervisors. I'm here today to talk to you, we're here today to talk to you about some newer technology in the law enforcement field that has shown very, very promising results in terms of its ability to help us investigate serious crimes. And as a result of our participation in the Major County Sheriff's Association, we were offered the opportunity to participate in a study of the effectiveness of fixed position automated license plate readers, or ALPR technology, at no cost to the County of Santa Barbara for a year. Existing research suggests that ALPR technology can benefit law enforcement and the communities they serve through enhancing the timeliness of criminal investigations and assisting in the locating of wanted vehicles. The ultimate value of ALPR technology varies based upon several factors, including the number of devices, the traffic volume, and the use of mobile versus stationary only ALPR equipment. The current study is being conducted by the National Policing Institute. This was formerly known as the National Police Foundation, and it is funded by Axon Industries in conjunction with the Flock Group, another private vendor. The study is being led by Drs. Travis Taniguchi, PhD, and Hannah Wu, PhD. And it seeks to expand the understanding of the public safety benefits of fixed position ALPR systems, focusing on improvements to the quality, speed, and closure rate of criminal investigations. It also creates a pathway for transparency within jurisdictions that utilize ALPR systems. The study will not be looking at the actual data collected by the ALPR devices in Santa Barbara County. In other words, they will not have access to our license plate data, but rather they will survey our organizational usage of the system and the impact on our ability to effectively investigate crimes that occur within and throughout Santa Barbara County involving suspect vehicles that we only have a description of. During the study, Flock Group will install, monitor, and maintain 25 fixed position ALPR cameras at agreed upon public locations in Santa Barbara County and will keep them operational for a period of 1 year. Although the Flock Group operates the electronic back end of the ALPR system that will be used during the study, the Sheriff's Office will retain the ownership of all ALPR data that is collected and retained during the study. The County of Santa Barbara is not anticipated to incur any unbudgeted costs during this 1-year period. And if we decide to discontinue the use of the ALPRs at the end of the study, the Flock Group will remove the cameras at no cost. Their services will cease and the county will not incur any future costs. Now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Chief Deputy Craig Bonner to brief you on the details of the technology and to let you know about a few cases where ALPR has helped solve some major crimes, both at the national and local levels.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and board members. So obviously the utmost question is, why should we participate? What's in it for Santa Barbara County? And ultimately, our county has been afforded a great opportunity to evaluate the potential value of ALPR technology for our local communities. We're being afforded a very rare opportunity to test drive technology at no cost and without obligation. And as a byproduct, we will receive an objective evaluation of the effectiveness by the National Policing Institute researcher. So I want to quickly talk about what ALPR is and isn't. So automated license plate reader technology combine digital cameras, computers, and software to log the presence of a license plate or vehicle at a specific location at a specific date and time. ALPR systems remove human bias and capture objective images of vehicles and license plates. ALPR systems are not a new technology and have proven their ability to help investigators effectively solve crimes by providing leads as to vehicles that were in the area of a crime during the time frame in which the crime occurred. ALPR systems help speed up criminal investigations and are a force multiplier. They are working 24/7, rain or shine, to assist in addressing crime. Now let's talk about what ALPR systems are not. They are not and do not include facial recognition. They are not tied to personal identifying information. They do not have the ability to locate specific people without further investigation by detectives. And within the Sheriff's Office program, it will not be a long-term repository of information and data. Unless it is specifically tied to a significant criminal investigation, it will not be retained after 30 days. So now I'm going to talk about how we foresee that ALPR technology will help solve or prevent crime. The first manner in which it can help is through proactive means. If we have a vehicle that is known to be associated with a wanted suspect or a missing person, we can enter that vehicle and license plate into the ALPR system, which will provide a real-time alert to our organization if the vehicle passes by an ALPR. On the flip side is the ability to assist reactive or after-the-fact investigations. Vehicles are oftentimes used by suspects when traveling to and from locations where they have committed a crime, and data from fixed position ALPR systems can greatly assist investigators in identifying specific vehicles that went into or left the area where the crime occurred. Through further investigation by our detectives, they can identify persons who were operating the vehicle of interest during the time frame in question. And I'll give an example of where this really could have been very helpful, and that is that earlier this year, our investigators were working on a shooting investigation in Isla Vista. To date, we have been unable to identify the suspects involved in that shooting. Had ALPR data been available, we likely would have been able to identify a vehicle that was associated with that shooting and would have provided a suspect lead for our investigators to follow up on and contact individuals associated with that vehicle. We also had a similar incident this past weekend of an armed robbery in Isla Vista, where again, a bystander did take a picture of the vehicle, but all we can identify from the quality of that picture is that it was a dark-colored sedan. There's no license plate. However, if we had been able to go back and look at ALPR data of vehicles leaving the Isla Vista area, we probably would have leads to follow up on and hopefully identify and contact the suspects more rapidly. So looking out further at other area agencies, tri-county agencies such as the Santa Maria Police Department, Ventura County, and San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office, Oxnard PD have been using ALPR systems and credit their use of the technology for assisting their investigators in the timely and effective investigation of significant crimes that have occurred in their jurisdictions, including shootings, murders, and robberies. Another example, a couple weeks ago, we benefited from the city of Santa Maria's use of ALPR technology. We experienced a catalytic converter theft in the Orchid area. There was a rather distinctive suspect vehicle description that we then turned around and shared with the Santa Maria Police Department, who put it into their system. And within a couple hours, they had not only determined that the vehicle had gone through the city of Santa Maria, but they located it, and we ultimately were able to arrest 2 suspects who were out of the Bakersfield area and recovered that stolen catalytic converter. So the subject of deterrence is a bit more nebulous, but it stands to reason that if it is well known that we operate ALPR technology in our communities, that it may cause more sophisticated criminals to take their business elsewhere, at least with respect to certain types of crime. So instead of killing you with PowerPoint, I want to tell you about a story. So on August 29th, 2020 in Chamblee, Georgia, a 1-year-old child was kidnapped from his mother's arms by armed suspects. The suspect vehicle was entered into the ALPR system and was subsequently located 70 miles away as a result of an ALPR hit. The child was recovered, reunited with his mother, and the suspects were arrested. So obviously that's something that has happened across the United States. However, in talking with Santa Maria PD, they have had a very similar case in which a person was abducted out of the Los Angeles area and suspected to be in the Santa Maria area. They entered that vehicle into their system, and just as what happened here, they located the vehicle, recovered the abducted person, and arrested the suspect. So this next one is a problem that we have in various areas of our county and within our communities of burglaries. And this is, again, is just running down where a vehicle associated with repeated burglaries was entered into the system. The officers received an ALPR hit, located the vehicle, and arrested the suspects. And again, that's kind of very similar to what we experienced a few weeks back in Santa Maria. So one of the big questions related to the use of technology within law enforcement is privacy. And there are a number of privacy protections that are in place, both through FLOC as well as within our proposed policy. The ALPR footage will be owned by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office and will never be sold or shared by FLOC, Axon, or the National Policing Institute. Although the ALPR data is temporarily stored on FLOC systems, the underlying data is not accessed by FLOC, Axon, or the National Policing Institute. FLOC has a standard policy of retaining their data for only 30 days, and within our policy, we do not intend to download any of that data unless it is specifically identified with a criminal investigation, whereby any data that is not will be deleted after 30 days and will not be retained by either FLOC or by our agency. And all data is being secured or stored securely within the AWS government cloud with end-to-end encryption. Again, a couple quick things about it. It is not facial recognition. There is no personal identifying information that is contained within the FLOC system. It is not connected to the Department of Motor Vehicles or to third-party databases such as Carfax. A search reason is required for all uses of the system, and it is auditable, and we will operate a transparency portal, which leads to the next slide. And what you see here is an actual example of the transparency portal that FLOC maintains and that we will utilize. Part of the transparency is coming here today, opening up and letting folks know what we intend to do, letting you, our board, know what we intend to do, and seeking your feedback and suggestions about our involvement, how we're going to be going about doing it, and our policies that are being used. And again, our draft policy was attached to the board letter. So our policy and a link to the FLOC transparency portal will be readily available through our Sheriff's Office website. And again, we will be participating in the FLOC transparency portal, which again, you're seeing an example of within this slide. And just a quick rundown of items that will be covered within the transparency portal, our policies and procedures, the number of cameras that we are operating, our data retention policy, the number of searches conducted by Sheriff's Office personnel, and our audit documentation. So obviously, we're talking about crime, but it also has another very important use, and that is locating people who are in need of assistance. So we're talking about another story here that occurred in Chesterfield, Missouri. The police department received a check to welfare call of an adult female who had not been in contact with her family, and their family was concerned about medical issues. They put the vehicle into the ALPR system and subsequently located that vehicle, found the woman who was in fact in need of medical attention, got her that medical attention, and the reason why they were able to locate her in such a timely fashion was the ALPR data and ALPR hit. So I was going to talk to you about the results or Fairfield, California Police Department's experience with ALPR, but the Santa Maria Police Department just shared their data from the first 7 months of this year with me, and I'd rather share that with you. So between January 1st of this year and July 31st of this year, Santa Maria Police Department has used their ALPR system in 264 cases. They have made 86 arrests as a result of their use of ALPR. They have recovered 106 vehicles, and they have received 214 what we'll call tips or investigative leads as a result of their ALPR system. And just a kind of a quick rundown of cases they have used it in. They have had 1 missing person that was found. They had 4 homicide suspects that were taken into custody, 1 shooting suspect that was taken into custody, 5 robbery suspects that were taken into custody, and 1 kidnapping suspect who was taken into custody. Just excellent use of those resources. All right, jumping into our deployment plan. So we intend to utilize strict controls. In the case of our participation within this study, it is our intent that the use of ALPR data will be focused on the investigation of significant crimes, wanted criminal suspects, and reported missing persons. To ensure the appropriate use of ALPR data, access will be strictly controlled, and at this point in time, we are envisioning detectives and supervisors. And furthermore, our use of ALPR data will be audited to include the date and time detective conducting the search and the verifiable reason for conducting the search. Again, we've talked about it, but with respect to data retention, we do not intend to download or retain any ALPR data that is not specifically associated with a significant criminal investigation, and all other data will be deleted by flock after 30 days. With respect to data sharing, per California law, our ALPR data will not be shared with any private entities or federal agencies. We will likely share our data with other tri-county law enforcement agencies that utilize flock services, for example, the Santa Maria Police Department, as well as other California law enforcement agencies upon specific request that meets our usage criteria. Again, a copy of our draft policy is included within the board letter for your considerations and for the purposes of seeking your feedback and input. And again, when we say that we are focusing on deterring significant criminal activity, we are talking about violent crime, high-value property crime, and rural crime. Those are the 3 areas of specific interest and focus that we will be targeting within this program. So obviously, the main purpose of this is informational to our board and to our community, but also to seek your feedback and input, your suggestions, the community's feedback and suggestions. A few questions is ALPR right for Santa Barbara County? Where should it be used and not used, and when? As well as policy feedback with regard to, again, that proposed policy. And with that, I think we'll open it up to questions from the board or members of the public.
Board members, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And thanks, Craig, for reaching out earlier with the talking about rural crimes issue. And my questions kind of go to that. So from what I'm understanding, there's 25 fixed point ones. So how do we determine where those are going to be placed?
So we have our special investigations team. Again, with respect to the rural crime, they're teamed up with our rural crime investigator, who is working both in terms of trends that we have specifically seen, as well as with the farming and agriculture community up in the North County, to identify those locations that would be most beneficial in addressing rural crime. And obviously, we have a number of restrictions that are placed upon us as to where we can and cannot put them, but in some cases, private property owners can assist with that.
Okay. So is the technology, so I thought it was just reading plates, and if it finds one, it alerts you, or do you have to put in a plate that you're looking for? How does that work?
You have to put in the plate that you're looking for.
Okay. So is it already preloaded with like all stolen vehicles or all?
If we put them in,
Okay.
yes. So it does not automatically hook up to DMV and pull those stolen vehicles down. However, if an agency enters them into the system, then it's available.
So how does this differ then from, I think like Santa Maria PD already has like a license plate reading program, but it's mobile, so they're driving through apartment complexes, whatever, and they're reading all those plates. This is stationary, the information's not loaded in ahead of, so how would that help in rural crime if we're not preload, I mean, if you have to preload it? I was thinking what would happen is a crime would happen, you'd be able to go back and look at the plate, but you still can do that.
You can do both.
Okay.
So, and I'll give you the example of, let's say that Detective Fleming has a suspect who he believes is responsible for rural crime, and he has vehicles associated with that suspect. He can put that into the system, and we will get a proactive alert that that suspect was seen moving into an area of interest. The other way is just that. It's an after the fact. We've had a crime that occurred in a specific area. We look for vehicles that are coming or going from that area after the fact by looking at the system.
Very cool. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I appreciate the potential for this from a law enforcement standpoint, but I particularly appreciate that you're speaking directly to the privacy issue, because there's the tension between the two things. And looking through, some resources online about what are the best practices for using this tool and protecting privacy at the same time, it really does sound like you're hitting all of the marks. I think there are some agencies that have a quicker deletion time period, but my understanding is this is the flock system, that they hold on to it for 30 days.
Correct.
You don't even have a choice, I guess, in that sense, to have a more aggressive deletion, or more frequent deletion period, or is that an option that you do have?
So Supervisor Hart, through the chair, that's correct. It is a standard. I do not believe that we have the opportunity. I think that's built into their system, and all we can do is decide whether we want to continue to maintain that data after the 30 days.
Well, at 30 days is kind of a sweet spot from a privacy standpoint. There are other agencies, that have a policy about 48 hours, but there are many agencies, unfortunately, across the country that don't even have a 30-day, and tremendous volumes of information get accumulated in those databases. And that, I think that is a concern, for folks who are not committing crimes to have their, movements tracked like that. So I think this is hitting that sweet spot about, having the tool available to assist law enforcement in finding suspects and identifying vehicles, and also protecting individuals' privacy rights, and doing that carefully, not sharing the information, with a private company that would retain the access to that. That's another problem in some states and other jurisdictions around the country, is that the private companies keep this data and use it for commercial purposes. That does not sound like that's what's happening here. And having the deletion after 30 days, I think protects in the long run. So this is a good effort.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I really appreciate the comments from Supervisor Hart. I mean, I think that there's this always concern from the public and us being stewards of their privacy, that we want to make sure that that's honored, but at the same time embracing technology. And so I do think that this is the right spot There was a term though, Craig, that you said we don't intend to keep the data beyond the 30 days unless it's a major crime. I mean, we'll actually be prohibited from, according at least to the policy, be a prohibition from keeping it unless it's for those reasons.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct. So section 467.5 of what will become our policy eventually specifically outlines that we will not download data from Flock unless it is specifically tied to a criminal investigation.
And I think that's important. Yeah. I think that's important. I mean, again, for our law enforcement to violate that policy, to hold on it longer would be a violation of that policy. And I think setting that up early in the process is good. I also appreciate the audits that we will be doing to make sure the right people are on the system. That it's not something somebody goes out there to go fishing with, if you will. That this is to really, be very targeted, and I think that's important. I do have a question about the sites. The 25 sites that you initially select. Is it possible that we end up moving those throughout the test period, or are those always going to be a fixed location?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, it is possible to move it. That would involve some cost, not extensive cost, but some cost to our agency to do that. But certainly if we are seeing a trend of a site not being of value to us and a problem that we would be better addressed by moving it, it's certainly something that we could do. And again, there's not a significant cost in doing it, but there is some cost to us to do that.
Well, and lastly, I just want to reiterate and point out that the fact that this sounds like it could be used extensively within our rural and ag crime, which we all know, we all hear about the level of assault that is happening out there in our more rural areas and in our farm fields. And so I'm looking forward to seeing this study over the next year yield some productive outcomes, and then hopefully if it does what we hope it will, it's something that hopefully the board can support an ongoing investment in the technology. Thank you.
I had a number of questions. The first is the people who will be using this, what kind of training do they require?
So at minimum, they're going to have to be trained on the actual system itself, how to access it, what is required, i.e. that it has to be associated with an active criminal investigation, that they are going to have to use a independently auditable, usually going to be a case number into it, but whatever it is, it has to be independently auditable, as well as the protections that are in place, i.e. the policies of both our organization as well as the agreement that we have with Flock and the National Policing Institute as it pertains to retention and usage controls.
And could you describe audits, when they will happen or how they will happen?
Sure. So on a regular basis, but also it can also be done on a case-by-case basis of area of concern. But we will have our Criminal Investigations Division management go in and audit it several times a year to check and see how often it's being used and for what it's being used for. Now, the one thing about this with the transparency portal is that you and I and members of the public can also go on there and look at the same thing. They can see how frequently we're using it, and they can see whether or not we are putting auditable data in there for the reason.
So that'll be part of a dashboard. Terrific.
Indeed.
My husband really likes crime shows, so you see a lot of this in European cities. But there, maybe we're watching old crime shows. I think the investigators are actually watching the vehicles. It sounds like this, that the license, it's automatic. You can find you don't have to spend hours. The software can do it.
That's correct. So it has machine learning that goes in there, and you'll put in the license plate or a partial license plate, and it's going to go find you potential matches. And then, of course, a human being has to look at it to determine whether or not that actually is a match.
But that really eliminates a lot of the labor.
A lot of time.
What happens at the end of the study with the 25? Do we get to keep them?
So we would end up having to continue a contract with them. However, we're also open to looking to other options that are out there.
Okay.
So this appears
that's
to be a good
to be
option,
determined.
but we need to evaluate that in the future.
How visible are the cameras when you're driving around, and where do you tend to co-locate them?
So typically, they're going to be located around intersections. They are not very large, maybe about a foot by foot in size. If you knew what you're looking for, you would see it. But if you did not know what you were looking for, you would not see it.
And where they are in use, are they vandalized very often?
So typically, they try to get them up and out of the way so that they aren't vandalized, but certainly if somebody knew what it was and it was something that was within reach, there absolutely could be a vandalism problem. But they typically try to put them up high enough that you'd have to work at it to get to them.
And I think we're all really excited about the potential for rural crime. So they read at night?
Mm-hmm. They absolutely do.
Do we find in areas where they've used them that people are switching license plates or they're modifying their license plate more? I mean, is that a evolutionary response of people?
So we haven't seen a lot of that recently. Probably the single biggest challenge that can come along with that is the use of stolen vehicles, right? So we do see that quite a bit with our rural crime where they'll steal one vehicle, go out and then steal another tractor or something like that. So the one challenge can be is that, you do get a license plate, but it comes back to a stolen vehicle.
But at least that helps in the investigation.
And you may get fingerprints from that stolen vehicle or find that, some other lead that comes from that stolen vehicle that can get you somewhere with the investigation.
I'm trying to figure out the timing in my mind. If you have a major investigation of a violent crime, you can keep this data longer, right? Because that takes many months, if not years. So
what I would envision, again, let's say that we were investigating a homicide and we knew it happened in a particular area and we had some ALPR data of vehicles that were coming and going from there. We would download and hold that data, that specific data set from around that time frame. That would be part of the overarching homicide investigation. Now, the challenge would be is that, let's say we didn't find out about the homicide until 45 days later, we wouldn't have that data. But again, that comes with that balance of how long do we as an organization and as a county want to hold that data?
right, and maybe it's a conspiracy, and you later want to figure out where they went to, and so those will be limitations, I guess, and we'll learn over time. I'm just curious, the policies that you've developed, Supervisor Hart said it looks like you've got best practices. How did you develop it?
So we contract for our policy development through Lexipol. It's a nationwide organization. So in addition to that, we started with their standard policy. We then took a look at it and we actually refined it and we actually narrowed it down a little bit further than it started, just because of how we envisioned within our communities we would utilize ALPR technology.
Okay, I think that does it for my questions. I don't see any other lights. Oh, here we go. Supervisor
I just wanted to
Lavanino.
comment at the end that I share the privacy, and it's interesting. This presentation sparked a lot of interest just in my family and people I was talking to, and just trying to get a feel of what people's concerns were. And of course, it's the first thing is the facial recognition things that the people are worried about, but. Especially in this age where we're struggling to find actual bodies, I think this is another alternative, right? This takes the place, and the person's, like you said, 24/7, doesn't call in sick, doesn't, hopefully, so I'm excited about this. I hope it's everything that we think it's going to be, and it'll be great to come back and review this information and. Appreciate the fact that this is another one of those benefits of the sheriff being connected at the state level and being able to bring us something that it's not going to cost us any money. So, real excited about it.
Madam Clerk, public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
That is interesting. Sheriff Brown, did you have some final remarks?
No, he did a great job, I think, summarizing what this is all about for you. I was just going to say your question about how big are they, it's really about the size of the camera that we have right up there, but weather protected. So it would have weather protection around it, so about a foot by a foot or so. And typically they're on public utility poles or poles that are up very, very high, so it'd be very difficult for somebody to get up there and vandalize them.
Okay, well, I think we need a motion. A through D in today's staff recommendation.
I'll make that motion.
And
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
and Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
In memory of Ventura County's Board of Supervisors Chair Carmen Ramirez, I'd like to adjourn the meeting thinking about her. She was the chair of the Board of Supervisors who was struck in a crosswalk by a pickup truck and killed just last Friday. She spent her life working on behalf of the disenfranchised, those who didn't always feel heard. She began her career as a legal aid attorney, then she was elected president of the Ventura County Bar Association, and later to the State Bar's Board of Governors. She served for 10 years on the Oxnard City Council, and just 2 years ago was the first Latina elected to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. She was really devoted to Oxnard. I met her working to protect wetlands of the Oxnard Plain many years ago. She was dedicated to good government and social and environmental justice. Linda Parks, her colleague on the Ventura board, noted she walked the walk. She would give donations to every cause that came before us. Some of us would just say nice words. She would be out there writing her $25 checks. I proudly acknowledge that I was the recipient of one of those checks. Her tragic death is really a sign of how uncertain life can be. Many of us had just seen Carmen the week before speaking at Owen Bailey's celebration of life. She made her life count, but she had so much more to do. So I guess this is a lesson to all of us to make every day count. So in memory of Carmen Ramirez, we adjourn today's meeting. We next meet August 23rd in Santa Maria.